this is a momentous occasion for journalists across the country, even people who are considering, a career in journalism as well. We were talking all things digital disruptions, crafting journalism, education for viable media. And I don't know if you're following yesterday's conversation on day one, which has been held in
Window?
Yes. Were you following the conversation?
Yes, I was following the conversation. What my key takeaway from that was the issue of broadcasting post-COVID-19. It was shifted. Remember, there was no TikTok before, but now there's TikTok. So broadcasting has shifted because of the new media technologies, your Instagram, your TikTok, and other methods of broadcasting. But remember, back in the day, you used to wait for the newspapers, to read newspapers, but now you can break the news via online platforms.
And for me, a key takeaway, I think they were talking about media literacy and how it's really transformed ever since social media has transformed as well. And they were talking about how even now in this day and age where young people have access to all these social media platforms and social media gadgets, that maybe it's time we look at introducing media literacy even as low as grade 1. And I think that's a fundamental thing, considering that kids have so much access to these digital platforms. And then, of course, nonetheless, I know that we could go on and on talking Law Brighton. We are going to introduce our first speaker for the day. But before that,
let's do something short. I know all of you have smartphones, right? This is remove your smartphone. I want to do something with you. So try to tweet something. Go to Twitter. Let's try to tweet something. I will help you craft the tweet. I know you can't craft the tweets on your own. So I'll help you craft the tweet, right? So just say on Twitter, I'm currently attending, let's do it together. I'm currently attending the Future of Journalism Education in Southern Africa conference. I'm currently attending. Someone's looking at me. Please type on your phone. Don't look at me, type on your phone. I'm currently attending the Future of Journalism Education in Southern Africa in Bulawayo. And put the hashtags, #journalism education, #journalism education, that's number 1. Number 2, journalism excellency, #journalism education, that's number 1. Number 2, #journalism excellency. Number 3, media viability. Number 3, #media viability. I'm currently attending the Future of Journalism Education in Southern Africa. All together. I'm currently attending the Future of Journalism Education in Southern Africa. Currently,
the Future of Journalism,
right? A Future of Journalism Education in Southern Africa. The hashtags are #journalism education. That's number 1. Number 2, #journalism excellency. Number 3, #media viability. Number 4, #future journalism. And the last one, the famous one, #Asake.
Yeah.
Are we done? We can tweet now. Let's tweet. Journalism education, journalism excellency, media viability, future journalism, and #Asake. Now we can tweet that. Right? Are we together? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for teaching us how you have so many followers on Twitter. We can clearly follow in your footsteps. And nonetheless, we'd like to thank, of course, our sponsors who have made today's occasion, rather this whole conference possible. We'd like to thank the German Corporation site, DW Academy, MISA Malawi, Namibia Media Trust, that is NMT. So without much further ado, I'd like to invite the director of site, Mr. Zendelen David, to come and give us his welcome remarks. Please give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, because we started late, so I'm not going to take much of your time, trying that we catch up. Welcome to the Future of Journalism Education in Southern Africa conference. It is a great pleasure to have you here. This is a hybrid conference. Kalangas in pronunciation. This is a hybrid conference, as the presenters have indicated, hosted by MISA Malawi, Namibia Media Trust, DW Academy, and site. I think these are the positives of COVID. We have now learned that we can co-host, conferences from different locations, and sometimes we have one or two technical issues, but we have started. The theme of the conference is crafting journalism education for viable media. And I think it is very important as media players, as journalists, as trainers, that we talk about media viability. And in the age of digital journalism, education or journalism education is very key. Our journalists really need to keep up with the trends, and our journalism institutions need to keep up with the trends as well. Sometimes when you look at the course outlines that are taught in our universities, and you look at what is happening in the media sector, you find that it is not really, I think our journalism is getting a bit irrelevant. And we need to, it's no longer about teaching people how to write stories. I was thinking that up to now, people are still told the Birmingham school of thought. Why are we not having the NAST school of thought or the Cholocho school of thought? Why are we still learning about it? We need to decolonize journalism education because a lot of the theories that we are told are quite irrelevant. Then in the morning, I was talking to my friends, and I was saying, I find that my people from my village, Plumtree and Cholocho, are so active in TikTok with so much interesting content compared to those that graduated a few days ago. Because I have lots of them in the newsroom anyway. And I find that their TikTok content is boring. The journalism that so if we want to really get entertainment, I go to Cholocho WhatsApp groups, to Plumtree WhatsApp groups, because maybe we should all turn you to journalists for, you know who. Because I think we have become propaganda tools more than educational people. So at this conference, when we talk about the future of journalism, we are saying as journalists, we have a lot of education that we need to do. There are a lot of tools that we need to learn. This conference comes at a time when we are preparing for elections, and Zimbabwe is already on election mode. So we of course will see a lot of donations going around, and a lot of land and all these kind of things. And I can tell you what we read in our papers from now up to election time, because it will be donations galore, mega deals, and free education, and I can list all the headlines. So we are there to educate and to entertain. And I think as journalists, we lack the entertainment part most of the times. So when we talk about, definitely when we're talking about media viability, we are saying non-journalists are more viable sometimes than us in the newsroom. They have better ways of covering stories. They have better ways of monetizing. What is it that we can do? I think we have journalists, sometimes we've become so dogmatic that it's about going to timelines and getting tweets and writing stories. So we moved from armchair revolutionaries to armchair journalists. And I think this conference, after 3 days, will be more innovative, will be more, future looking. And I'm happy that we have quite honorable doctors and professors of journalism in this conference, and who are listening offline and online. And I challenge you to revolutionize the journalism teaching. Can we have some fast track of some sort in the journalism education, so that we produce comrades that are, but when we are employing these days, we actually say we want someone who is good at TikTok and Instagram. And then when we do interviews, we go to their media pages. So you find a non-journalist with 20,000 followers, 50,000 followers, and our comrades with their certificates, 3 followers. I will end here for now.
So yeah, I can brag, right? 20.8K followers on Twitter. So yeah, I can brag. So for now, our next speaker is going to join us online virtually. It's going to be Marcus, looking at the issue of TikTok strategies for the newsroom. His Marcus is coming from Germany, HAW in Hamburg in Germany. He's going to be looking at TikTok strategies for the newsroom. How many of us are on TikTok here? How many of us are on TikTok here? You see what I was speaking about? Doctors are not on TikTok. Online, guys, are you ready? Are you ready virtually? And I can't see your tweets, guys. Online, I can't see your tweets. What's happening? Good morning, Marcus.
Hey, very good morning to you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear Marcus.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm not muted. Stephanie, can you hear me? I see a thumbs up there. TikTok, but now you get some slides as well. Okay, so yet again asking the question, can you hear some slides? Can you see some slides? Okay, thumbs up again. Very good. Very good, thanks a lot. So let me briefly introduce myself. My name's Marcus. I've been with DW for quite a long time. I have a journalistic background, trained by professors, etc., just like Zenzele pointed out. But for the last 2 years, I've been researching TikTok, and currently I'm a PhD candidate on investigating disinformation on the platform. And I run a newsletter called Understanding TikTok on a weekly basis to actually try and understand this platform. And today I want to give you a little overview called Strategies for the Newsroom. Before I continue, may I ask people out there on the internet, in the chat or by taking hands up, who is actually on TikTok? Could I see some virtual hands here? Okay. Besides a lot of mostly younger people using it, okay? I want to give you some first insights on how to do journalism on the platform, okay? Because it's one thing to do a dance performance on TikTok, and it's another thing to inform the people, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about platform specifica. What do you need to do so that your journalism is actually working on the platform? And I will, of course, dive a little bit into strategies. So quite a full program for the next 30 minutes. So, of course, let's start with some numbers, right? For those who are still hesitant, who are still like, yeah, you know what, maybe TikTok is going away, just like Clubhouse or other services. We rather stick to our website, our Twitter account. So here are some numbers, okay? So TikTok is the most downloaded app worldwide in 2022 so far. And TikTok has reached 1 billion users faster than any other social media app. So there's still some momentum concerning TikTok, even though it's banned in some countries like India, as you know, and there has been a huge discussion in the US about banning TikTok. But these days, it's not. And it's still gaining new users all over the planet, and especially on the African continent, okay? It's not just that people download this app, people who are using the app are using it for quite some time, okay? So the average monthly hours per user on TikTok, they are way higher than, for instance, compared to YouTube. The app is, users already know, pretty addictive. So you open it and then you suddenly look up and where has all the time gone? Okay. So where does journalism come in here? And what about general relevance? Because that were just numbers, right? I want to give you an example. And by the way, I will share the entire slide set afterwards. It's the link out there on the internet, so you can go through the slides in your pace and you get links there as well. All right. Okay. So right in front of the midterms, the Democrats, even though there was the still going on discussion about banning TikTok, they really started using TikTok, okay? And for instance, there was a tour for TikTok influencers. The Democrats invited them. They met President Biden. They met Obama, etc. And people were wondering, why the heck are the Democrats doing that? It's just like young people and influencers. Well, the thing is, the 8 influencers that met the president, they have 67 million followers, okay? And in comparison, about only 1.5 to 2.5 million watch Fox, CNN, or MSNBC in prime time. So in the 21st century, it definitely makes sense to rely on a new breed of people spreading the news, just to echo what Zenzele has just described. And a growing number of TikTok users are actually using the app for getting news. There has been some research on Pew, so it's US based, but I think we can see these numbers and adopt to other places in the world. So more and more people using TikTok are interested in news and actually consuming news content, which is a good thing for journalists, right? So what you can see on the slide here is that the numbers on TikTok have been steadily growing from 22% to 33% in just 2 years, going up, while on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Snapchat, LinkedIn, and WhatsApp, the numbers have been declining. So probably it's a quite good idea to be on TikTok as a journalist or media company. So TikTok is definitely not the enemy of journalism, as Chris Stockwell-Walker has pointed out in The Guardian, and a lot of media houses all over the planet have been stepping up their TikTok game. The Press Gazette has an overview here on the right page. Basically, US and UK based media, but you get an idea and you can cross-check a little bit what these guys are doing. If you're aiming for more, if you're more like the structured person and you want to have one link where you can just check the entire journalism stuff on TikTok, where there's something like that, and I'm happy to introduce to you the TikTok Journalism Project. It has a website, pretty simple one, tiktokjournalism.com. It's run by 2 academics, Daniel Klug and Ulla Autenried. And what the both of them have done, they have scanned TikTok and have collected more than 1,400 news providers and journalists with profiles on TikTok all over the globe. It's not every single media house and every single journalist, but it's a very good starting point. And what they do have is they have this Glide app application that you can just use. Just going to share the link directly, and you can just go through TV channels ranging from several Afghanistan-based TV channels to going all the way down Oh, that takes some time. Going to Zimbabwe. Okay. So CTN is on TikTok as well. So that might be a good starting point for you to check out the whole notion of TikTok journalism done by fellow journalists or fellow media houses. But to echo a great mind and to include a quote I just heard, their TikTok content is so boring, right? So I'm echoing Sophia Smith-Gorla, a UK-based journalist here. I totally agree with that. I think we should stop asking, should newsrooms get on TikTok? Because the numbers, as you've just seen, they speak a clear language, right? We need to be asking who is actually doing a good job on the platform. And what exactly does that mean, doing a good job on TikTok? Well, going a step back for a second, we can all agree that journalists and media houses like, for instance, the Washington Post in the US have been on TikTok. The Washington Post started in 2019. They have this guy here, Dave. He's doing TikToks full-time as his job at the Washington Post. The Washington Post has now a team of 3 people. So Dave was joined by 2 others producing TikTok videos because obviously the Washington Post sees the relevance. The Washington Post has acquired 1.5 million followers, but I urge you not to look at the followers because you can have the full TikTok experience without following a single account, because on TikTok you have the For You page and the algorithm decides based on your experience on the app what you're seeing. So if you want to have a clear indicator, you should check out the likes or the view counts, because TikTok considers itself not as a social media platform where you follow people or accounts and get content, but TikTok considers itself as a content platform. So it's not about the numbers of followers. I cannot stretch that enough. So let's compare a huge media house like the Washington Post to a single journalist. For instance, Max Foster, yet again, US-based, CNN, London anchor and correspondent. So CNN is in the US, but he is in London. And he has nearly 1 million followers and 52 million likes. And I think that's interesting, especially for young and aspiring journalists among us. So while the entire Washington Post has 67 million likes, this one person has 52 million likes. So you, as an individual, if you produce content that is worthwhile and valuable, you can get reach on the platform. And that, of course, pays into your future career, because then you're super valuable for media houses, or you even can do journalism on your own if you rely on corporations, etc. So what is Max Foster doing? Well, he's doing journalism, right? He's adding value to people's lives, talking about current politics, etc. And how is he doing that? He only needs his mobile phone, and he's using the green screen effect on TikTok. That means he's just using an image or video, putting that in the background, just like you did in a studio with the green screen in the 20th century. And then he's actually producing content. Okay, so it's fairly simple. The means of productions are just in your hand. You just have to or can concentrate on how to add value for your audience. Okay, I cited Sophia Smith-Gorla, and what she did is she was a pretty young journalist working at the BBC, and she constantly tried to convince the BBC to get on TikTok. The BBC said, no, we are not doing that. So in the end, Sophia Smith-Gawler gathered a lot of people for a young journalist on her account, where she's doing journalism, but her hobbies like singing and linguistic stuff as well. And then she got a really good offer from Vice News, where she is currently working, okay? And yet again, what you see is the production, pretty simple. It's a video in the background and it's her talking in front of it. So looks like, doesn't look like television, but it basically does the same thing, but just with a smartphone, okay? So now I want to raise another important issue, because these are journalists, they work for media houses, but the thing is, are these the people that are really growing on the platform? Are these the people that are telling us the most interesting stuff? Because what's out there on TikTok is way more. You get actual sources. So the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a really good example where this actually happened. Of course, you had people on the ground, reporters from all over, like, for example, Matthew Cassell, who was in Kiev, February 24th, when the Russian invasion began. And of course, he was reporting. And I personally like his style because it's not like television reporting. He's yet again talking to his smartphone right from the ground. Let us check out for a sec.
About 7 o'clock in the morning, we're here in the streets of Kiev. You can probably hear it behind me all over the city. There are bomb sirens going off. This morning, a couple of hours ago, Russia began its war on Ukraine. It's something that U.S. intelligence agencies were warning about for weeks now. There was a lot of people who here.
Okay, just getting off here. So you see some decent reporting, media house style, right? So that's one thing. But the other thing is that the people that journalists are reporting about, they have smartphones as well, and they are documenting their lives. And especially a young breed of mostly young women who had been using TikTok before the invasion. Of course, they documented their lives, right? And maybe this was even a bit more interesting because they were knee deep into the techniques and platform specific cultures of TikTok. So they were documenting their everyday life using memes, using sounds and challenges as presented on the platform. Okay. So we got a real insight into the lives of these young people brutally affected by the invasion. So for instance, let us check out a short video by Valerie Shashnok talking about the so-called bomb shelter vibe, okay? So trying to document the life in the bunker, but make it TikTokable. Okay, I'm just going to share the link to that as well. Okay, so actually here you see some water, probably for washing yourself, probably even for drinking. And what she made out of that is that's a jacuzzi for hot girls. Okay, so she goes on just somewhat glamorizing this life, which is some sort of a coping mechanism, but which definitely works on this platform. You get real insight one by one by a real source. So maybe we as journalists, we are not able to do that, but maybe we should incorporate that into our reporting as well. So if I scroll, if I scroll back up, on the right side, you see a Ukrainian man showing his destroyed apartment after a Russian attack. He shared that on TikTok, but the video we are seeing is from NBC News. So US-based television channel actually took that material and used it for reporting. So I think that's a pretty clever idea, but that means that you need some sort of TikTok literacy. you need to know where to find this stuff to incorporate it into your reporting. And that brings us back to the little slide set. And I just want to mention that places like Bellingcat, this research place out there on the internet, they have been developing tools that let you analyze TikTok hashtags and let you investigate TikTok like a real professional, so that you as a media house, yet again, can inform the world about stuff happening from first-hand sources that are out there on TikTok, okay? So maybe your TikTok strategy is not trying to be funny, putting out dance videos to TikTok, but being informed about what's going on the platform, telling your people, okay? So what are you supposed to be doing as a media house on TikTok? Well, I can tell you, it's basically trying things out. That sounds not very advanced, but that's always the case when something's new. And I can tell you a media house who is currently doing that at quite a lot of places. Of course, it's DW. Germany's international broadcaster has started using TikTok and is actually playing around. And we will probably learn more about DW News in Lagos later. Otherwise, I encourage you to check out these different accounts because they're doing things totally differently. And they're even totally looking differently. And they are doing that because they have different target audiences and they follow the rule, try things out, trial and fail, adopt. Because on TikTok, there are no guidebooks and there's not the all-knowing handbook how to do TikTok, because the platform is constantly changing and evolving. So if you want to be successful as a media house on TikTok, you better be on TikTok and learn, okay? And to kickstart your experience, I want to briefly present to you a bunch of platform specifica, because TikTok obviously works different than television. It works different than radio, but it works different compared to other so-called social media platforms as well. And I want to use the time and briefly jump into some of these platform specifica to give you an idea, okay? So first and foremost, I need to check if I have sound. So we have some sound here, and I'm going to tell you a bit about this notion of high density. So just to clear things up, if you are thinking about doing TikTok, you should be aware how can you add value as a journalist or as a media house. You should know about your target audience, and then you should apply platform-specific tactics. What does that mean? We're diving into that right now. So what the heck is high density? I'm going to start talking about that by showing you a video that encapsulates an Instagram experience. Why that? We're talking about TikTok. Yes, but we need to distinguish it from Instagram because clearly TikTok works differently than Instagram. So I'm going to show you a video that's trying to encapsulate the Instagram experience of going through one of these endless stories on Instagram, okay? Remember Instagram stories? Sometimes you have colleagues or friends who are just using too many slides. And the entire experience on your phone is going through these slides, trying to madly find out, what does this person want to tell me? When does the interesting stuff start? So this video here tries to encapsulate that. Maybe you can understand the feeling. Here we go. Okay, maybe you know that feeling. If you don't, and if you have a television, let me remind you of the experience of having your remote control wildly zapping from one channel to the other because you're actually looking for something that's interesting. TikTok has learned from that. So the TikTok experience is supposed to be different. And how so? On TikTok, content works that's framed by the term high density. So instead of opening a video, like on YouTube, having a trailer, and then someone saying, hi, welcome to the show, on TikTok, you're already deep inside the topic after a couple of seconds. So it's more condensed. You have more transitions, more crazy stuff going on, more movement, more sounds. Generally speaking, you have more. And to give you an idea how that feels, let me just play one video to you. It hasn't got very much to do with journalism, or maybe it has if you see it as some sort of a cooking show. But what you clearly can see there is that it's pretty fast paced to some of us, not so very much to people who are on the app on a daily basis. But the others who are still a bit reluctant about TikTok, this is how TikTok feels many times. Here, okay? So if you're asking yourself, how am I supposed to be doing that? And why should I apply that to my journalism? Well, you don't have to, right? I'm just warning you that if you're putting up a TikTok video above you, underneath you, and in the entire stream, you will have more content that looks like that than you being a real journalist, okay? So maybe you adopt and maybe you use platform specifica like high density to sell your stuff in a way that's digestible to a target audience on the platform. All right. So another aspect, and I think most of us are familiar with that, is the so-called layered storytelling. Putting several layers of video or audio or text on each other. And we're pretty aware of that when we're using Instagram stories, for example. But on TikTok, there's a totally new game concerning layering stuff. So it's somewhat attached to high density, and you get stuff that may look a bit weird to you, but people on the platform actually are pretty fond of that. And let me give you a real journalistic example here. What we're looking at is the account of Planet Money. Planet Money is a US-based economic podcast tackling all things economic, done by NPR. So normally people listen to that podcast while sitting on a bike or in a chair, and couple of months or years ago, they had an intern, you see this guy here, and they handed him the TikTok account and said, yeah, you know what? Try out something. Try to transform this audio podcast into something that works on TikTok. And well, he tried and he succeeded. So we're looking into this video which has several layers and which has a pretty unique style. All right. So it's all about zero carbon.
The issue with cars and factories is they rely on burning carbon stuff. Then that carbon goes into the sky and does bad stuff. Pollution, climate change. But if you burn hydrogen, you get water. In a zero carbon world, we need hydrogen. But even though it's the most common element in the universe, it's really hard to collect. One good place to find it is inside the sun, but that would be really hot. Instead, we have a handful of ways to get usable hydrogen on Earth, and they're color-coded. Same element, different source. Black and brown hydrogen are extracted from coal, which is carbon's not helping. Gray hydrogen is produced industrially.
Okay, I'm just going to stop here. If you're yet again asking yourself, what the heck have I just witnessed? Well, this is a way of doing journalism on the platform. And is it the right or the wrong way? Well, as always, the target audience decides. And for an economics podcast to get more than 13 million likes on TikTok, well, that's a thing. And having videos that are watched more than 100,000 times, yet again, for an economics podcast project, that's a thing. So if you like it, if you hate it, that's one thing. The other thing is that your target audience always decides. So you have to adopt, and this is why I, here from my little space at my desk, I cannot tell you about your right strategy, because you need to closely analyze your target audience and try out things. Because if we look at the BBC account these days, the BBC has a TikTok account. It was hesitant for quite some time, but just as the internet, TikTok is not fading away so fast. And if you ask me, I'm not probably fond of what the BBC is doing here, because yeah, they have outtakes from the radio studio and a person laughing. Is that journalistic added value? Not to me, but obviously the BBC has more than 70 million likes. So obviously people are watching it, right? And if you check out, for instance, Pulse in Nigeria, they have a totally different approach. So we can just check out the numbers. So these two people dancing in the office has 1.1 million likes, okay? So obviously Pulse is doing something right. Because if you need to answer one question, then that's the question of your target audience, and your target audience constantly keeps asking, why should I care? Especially on TikTok, where the next video, just like with a slot machine, is just a swipe away, and something more interesting might be around the corner. So here's my strategy, and it's not very new. It's just the iterative product development cycle. You design something, you implement it, and then you evaluate. If the numbers are good, then keep on doing what you're doing. If the numbers are bad, try something else. If the numbers are bad, that's not such a big thing on TikTok, because on the For You page, you have individual videos. So you have another video and another next try. Hopefully, I get another next try one day too, but for now, I'm just gonna finish reminding you all of my little newspaper, Understanding TikTok.com. And I thank you very much, and stop sharing the screen. If you have any questions, please let me know, unmute yourself or write something in the chat, but
going to pull 3 questions for the online audience, and I'm going to come to you guys for the questions as well. If you're on Zoom and you have any questions that you want to pose to Marcus, please do raise your hand. And those on Zoom, Lungela, please assist me with those that have raised their hands on Zoom to ask questions to Marcus. Do you have any questions online? So as we wait for the online questions, let me just get a reflection from you guys. What you got from that presentation? What did you learn since then from that presentation in terms of TikTok as a source of as a tool for journalism? I'm going to Senzen, there's a microphone. Please send it to Senzen. I want to hear from Senzen what you learned from that presentation. I know some of you are not listening, so I want to hear from you guys what you learned. Senzen, I'm going to come to you, and then I'm going to jump to the next one. I guess wait for questions online there. And to those joining us online via Facebook as well as YouTube, also pose your questions via the timeline. They're going to take note of your questions. Senzen, the microphone is over to you, ma'am. Yeah, what did you learn from the presentation by Marcus?
As we are moving forward as journalists, TikTok is going to be a very paramount platform that we are supposed to use as journalists. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Senzen, for that. My key takeaway, Senzen, was the issue of Marcus said there are people who are paid, who are hired to do TikTok content. I hope you heard that right. There are people who are hired to do that content. So there's a vacancy site now. You heard from the boss there. Let me just jump to Maibongwe. What's your key takeaway from that presentation from Marcus? There's Maibongwe over there. Please hand over the microphone.
Okay, before we go to Maibongwe, there is a question on the Zoom platform. Someone asked, how important is it to understand the algorithm and technical programming behind TikTok virality and how it functions to do journalism? Is it advisable to just jump in, or deeply understanding what one might be jumping into more to avoid falling into more traps?
Right, I hope Marcus saw that question because it's a long question, right? Do you have another one?
Yeah.
Or just only one?
No, that's the only one.
Right.
Is someone else?
Yeah, Maibongwe, what's your key takeaway from that presentation before Marcus responds to that question there? Guys, learn to listen to presentations. Learn to follow presentations. Right, Maibongwe, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Brighton. My key takeaway was the importance of understanding TikTok and its algorithm, because it's easy for you to follow something and then you don't get the desired results. So it's very important to learn the algorithms before you just jump into the application, because they will definitely suggest things for you.
Right, thank you so much, Maibongwe. But also, Fungai, there's a dinosaur journalism that we are conformed to, right? The online, the media, mainstream media, like all newspapers, like kind of, they where you see byline and so on. I'd like to ask Robin, as someone who writes for Zim papers, mainstream media, how have you embraced TikTok as a tool for journalism? Please hand over the mic to Robin there.
With pleasure.
Thank you very much. We have not managed to use TikTok so far. I think it's something that we're still yet to use because we're still mastering Instagram and Twitter. So I think our online news editor is something that he can look at, because I see that a majority of the people who read the Sunday news, we're also having young people who are coming. So we need to use these new technologies that they are familiar with and that they can use all the time since they are on the go. So I think TikTok is a new avenue for us.
Right, thank you so much there, Robin. Is Marcus ready to answer the question?
Absolutely, always.
Right. Let's take the other questions maybe from the audience as we try to, there's Sean there.
This one goes to Marcus. So we noticed that the algorithm that is used in China is different from the one that's given throughout the world when it comes to data. So how would you, as a news journalist, try to put videos online? Because, for example, in Chinese algorithm, they put educational and self-help videos, but for the top of all, they put cats and dancing people. How, as journalists, can we jump on such an algorithm, because it's two different algorithms?
All right, thank you so much, Sean, for that question. Anyone else with a question to pose to Marcus? If you don't have questions, I'm going to force you to ask questions. Journalists ask questions every time. Another question? Richard, what is your key takeaway there in terms of using TikTok as a tool for journalism? Please hand over the microphone to Richard.
Thank you so much, Brighton. I think for me, it's not really a question, but it's more of a comment to say, as someone who is a journalist and also in civic society, TikTok presents quite a massive opportunity for storytelling. I mean, you look at how civil society operates, and there is this increasing need to generate content and be relevant and talk to different audiences. So seeing that TikTok has quite a number of young people on that platform, it really presents so much opportunity for storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bridget, for that. So is Marcus ready? Right, he's ready to respond to those questions. Over to you, Marcus.
Concerning how to tackle the thing with the algorithm, well, I would always suggest that you make yourself familiar with the app before you're starting to post something. It doesn't make sense to come up with a huge plan scribbled on paper if you have not yet understood the platform. So task number one would be download the app and use it. Use it for an hour a day and try to understand what's going on, because only then can you come up with a valuable journalistic strategy, okay? And if that includes cats or if that includes dancing, remains to be seen, looking at the regional context, depending on your target audience and depending on your content. Because if you are a national media house, that's something different compared to a private music channel, for instance. Then your strategies are totally different. There's not one fits all solution, okay? And concerning the question, is there a way freelance journalists or media houses can make money from the platform? Well, yeah, there is. But of course, it's not as easy as pressing a button and then the money comes in. It has never been that easy. Talking about freelance journalists, there are a lot of examples where freelance journalists on the platform got a huge followership consisting of thousands, 10,000, 100,000, or even 1 million people, or getting same amount of likes. So that makes you super valuable as a freelance journalist, because then media houses are pretty eager to work with you because you bring in audience, you bring in expertise. So I can only suggest to freelance journalists, make yourself interesting and valuable using TikTok because it's still growing. Concerning media houses, there's not an easy way. Again, press the button, money comes in. But first and foremost, we need to increase our reach, right? So if we have a bigger reach, then we can work with this reach and bring people from being in the community to possibly becoming a subscriber or whatsoever. The Washington Post, for instance, with a slight ironic undertone, posted the message that they had won a print subscriber because of the TikTok activity, okay? So that's one thing, but of course there are many different ways, membership, merchandise, whatsoever. We have to be creative when it comes to earning money, and I'm well aware that we need to earn money, even though the priority always should be to inform the public, right? So I'm gonna answer next question, Marlene, just as well. How do we do content moderation and evaluation when we are operating in a setting where English is not the first language? Also regarding to the spread of disinformation. Well, that of course depends. If you are running a regional TikTok account in your regional language, then you are the ones who should take care of the comment section in the language. There is some content moderation by TikTok, but they're falling behind, especially in a lot of languages that are not English. And of course, if you run an account, you should be, to some extent, be responsible on what's going on your account. All right? Oh my God, I see myself on a huge screen there. Bit frightening. Thank you very much, and back to you.
work on our digital strategies. But at the time, I'm talking about 2010 to 12, thereabout, most of us here didn't have smartphones, right? Yeah, so it was really difficult to get even ourselves as the reporters. I remember at some point our supervisor compelled us, the right word is forced, compelled us to buy smartphones. And yeah, I think he saw what was coming, right? That we are going to go digital, and this is exactly where we are. Can I have my, right, lovely. There is my presentation, and no, I don't work for TikTok. I know the visuals. It says if I'm marketing TikTok. No, I'm not. Can we run it? Right, so there is the first page. I took quite a lot of time preparing for this, working on this presentation. Not because I'm a hard worker and stuff like that. No, far from it. It's because of that page. You see the red for you. That is the first page that TikTok gives you when you open. So it gives content that it thinks you are going to like. And it gets it right. Just like Marcus said earlier, it gets it right. So I spent more time scrolling on that page because they were giving me the kind of content that I was enjoying. This is called the algorithm, how the algorithm works. Can we move on? Right. Now, the audience, the TikTok audience is another important thing. I'm sorry you can't see, perhaps you can't see, or I'm the only one who can't see from here. Lungile, may you take that, the other seat. Right, so these are generations. So there is, right at the top there is Generation Alpha. I think these are people who were born 2013, onwards. Then there is Generation Z. What year is that, say? 1997 to 2012, right? These are the people you find generally on TikTok, right? Right at the end, there is the silent generation. Which years are those? 1928 to 1945. They are called the silent generation, silently ruling you. Right, so yes, Generation Z or Generation Z is the one that is that you most probably find on TikTok. Can we move? The statistics I have here are not necessarily comprehensive because it's really hard to find something that covers all the regions of the world. But this is like a picture of what you usually find. And right at the top there is Generation Z, right? Those are the people you're most likely to find on TikTok. Those are the TikTok users. And when you're developing content, it's very important for you to understand what they want to see and how they want to see it. Now, these are format-specific issues of TikTok. They love satire. They love comedy and, light content. So if your journalism has to be attractive to them on TikTok, then those are the things that you need to consider. That is it likely going to attract this generation? Ourselves, we're generation what? X or whatever. And the silent generation, we have a different way of consuming news. We can sit down, open a newspaper, read through it. We can also, schedule our TV watching at 8, right? In many households, 8 p.m. news time. But this generation, they prefer to scroll the news. So anytime they can access the news, you need to know that what sort of format do they like, and they have no time, which means that anytime sitting here, if I'm boring, very likely they are on TikTok, right? And they are looking at fast content. That's what is attractive to them. Yes, sir? Right. Now I want to localize TikTok use, what you find on TikTok to the Zimbabwean situation. This is what I found out, that the user presence is quite substantial. There's a lot of people on TikTok. The Zimbabwean TikTokers, they are there. And yes, political commentary, there's so much of it. Remember, we are a politicized population because of the many things that happen around us. So you find the comment, which means that Generation Z is actually consuming politics contrary to popular opinion about them. There is satire, lots of them, the jokes. The jokes are wide-ranging, from serious issues to the usual domestic and the usual jokes, actually. But what I found out was that the media and journalists are a bit muted. Their presence is muted. You don't find most of our media outlets there. And the journalists, there's a journalist whom I searched his name. I won't mention him. I searched his name. I won't tell you the results. But they spoke to my point. A lot of journalists are not there. Perhaps we like Twitter, obviously. We're there on Twitter, we're there on Facebook, but we're yet to come on board. We can move there. This is what I found. An unlikely character on TikTok. They are there. Very interesting. And they are there full on with the colors. As you can see, perhaps for the benefit of those who are online, those colors that you see are modeled along the Zimbabwean flag colors, and also very popular with the current president. When he took over, he adopted those colors, and he always puts on a scarf with those colors. So each time, for an audience, for a Zimbabwean audience, each time you see that, you know what it's about, right? That is visuals that are aligned to the current presidency, that are aligned to the current, you may say regime, but I prefer to say administration for my safety, right? Can move say. The mass, right, so I've already spoken about this, that the content format is lighthearted, it is informal, it is satiric. This is what young people prefer to see. And what then attracts, did we not miss a slide? The video. It won't play. I'll tell you what is in the video. What is in the video is, sorry about that, is actually Ruben Barwe's presentation. I got it from this one of their posts. Ruben Barwe's report, it was about the by-election. So which speaks to the point that much as they have a TikTok account, they are still it's called shoveling. Still taking the old way of practicing and adapting it to the new platform. That, okay, we have a new platform, but we are not changing our ways, right? So they took a report as it is, they put it there, which is probably what you find across many of the platforms, Zimbabwean platforms that are on TikTok. And probably those who are planning on getting on board TikTok, especially if your newsroom is not on TikTok yet learn from these kind of mistakes, that TikTok has its own specific formats, right? That the consumers are used to, the consumers are, that's what they want. That's what they are seeking after. So if you want exactly there is no sound, but you know the man. Those who are not familiar with the Zimbabwean situation, that man is called Ruben Barwe. Ruben Barwe, from the time of the former president, the dead one, he always tailed the president. That was his job. I don't know whether they're calling him diplomatic correspondent or what, but he follows the president everywhere, locally and abroad. He reports on what the president says. And he's more like a poster boy of the atrocious public service broadcasting that we we have in Zimbabwe. So anyone who sees a Zimbabwe, anyone who's a Zimbabwean who sees him, that's what he represents. Apologies. We can move on. We can move on, right? Adaptability. This is the other good thing about which attracts actually the young generation. They have what we call the easy to use tools, the tools where they have templates for video production, right? And editing, very easy to use. This is where they beat all of us and the many other platforms that don't provide these tools. If you come here at site, the people who do video production are skilled people who use sophisticated software, Adobe Premiere Pro. And TikTok says, toss away that, we have the platforms here. Which means that we don't have to, as media producers, we don't have to necessarily bother ourselves about this sophisticated. They're nice to learn. They make our work desk look all sophisticated, but there are easier solutions, especially if you're going to gather your news in the field. You can actually produce your story in the field using the TikTok easy to use tools. And the other thing that makes TikTok very much attractive to our situation here in Zimbabwe is that you can actually use cross-platform where you produce the video on TikTok, then we share the video on WhatsApp. And most people in this country use WhatsApp, right? And I know that even the CSOs, most of them have their WhatsApp groups where they share content. Bridget, you spoke about your position, where you are and what you want to do. So this is something that you can explore using TikTok, then sharing your content on WhatsApp. We've seen the statuses, the Facebook statuses, right? The WhatsApp statuses, even funny enough, the Instagram reels and stories and stuff like that. They're adapted from TikTok, which is really a takeover. And yeah, which speaks to the issue of accessibility, that if you can share it, you can use other platforms, then it means that it is very easy to access. Then there is the small matter, big matter actually, of misinformation on TikTok. We have spoken about how easy it is to produce a video. Then it is very easy as well to lie. It is very easy to misrepresent. It is very easy. And what TikTokers do, those who peddle misinformation, what they do is that they can remix a video. TikTok allows you to remix a video, and which means that I can be saying what I am saying right now, right? You take my video of me saying what I'm saying right now, you play something else. You make me insult the scarf, and you get me in trouble. So TikTok allows you to remix, to record, to produce easily like that, which means that you can remix, record, and produce information much, much easier than perhaps you would with other applications. So there is the trouble of misinformation. Marcus spoke about, what TikTok is trying to do to curb misinformation. One of the problems, obviously, because these are videos. Videos, unlike text, are very difficult to actually mine and pick up all these sorts of misinformation. So it makes it difficult even for TikTok to actually pick misinformation from the content that that is uploaded. He also spoke about that media institutions have a role to play in the content they produce, right? But they are not the biggest TikTokers, unfortunately. The newsrooms. You know that the biggest TikTokers are actually individuals, right? People who are not bound by any ethics or anything of the sort. Lungile, right? Take your time. Possibly. Then what can we do as media producers? Perhaps we can just move to the last slide. There is no last slide. It's fine. So what we can do is that we can actually produce. There we go. this is how TikTok gets to peddle misinformation at an industrial scale. Fast-paced like that. When you open that For You page, you don't need to have an account for that algorithm to pick out what can be attractive to you. So it can use the region, your language, and many other things, including what you have liked and what you have watched more. So it picks those things and it gives you like that, throws them to on your face. Which means that because of the virality of the accounts, and for an account to be viral, it doesn't need to be an established, it doesn't need to be PPC media. If I have the skill as Clayton from Rwanda, I can produce any information and it becomes viral because everyone likes it and stuff like that. But I don't have the responsibility that site has, you know. And it's not like ZRP will write about me on their Twitter and stuff. Right. It's two people from site who have been victims of ZRP, so don't look at one person. Next one must be the last now. This is how someone dealt with misinformation from the Philippines. So they produced a video that was debunking fake news about a presidential candidate. And I know that site does a lot of fact checking. And there are many other organizations that do fact checking. This means that you can adapt your fact checking content. The story that you produce, Senzeni, for the fact checking stories that you produce, she's one of the most industrious when it comes to fact checking. So the stories that you produce, you can actually adapt them for the platform for TikTok, right? It is very possible. You saw how the PPC presenter was actually presenting. You can have the green screen effect, very easy to use, and you put the story up there. You then present your findings, your fact check findings. That's it. Louis, you can come through. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you after the tea? Okay, so I'll be taking you through what we do at site on TikTok. Basically, that's what I'll be telling you about. From Marcus' presentation and from Clayton's presentation, even yesterday's sessions, I've been hearing almost everyone when you talk about TikTok, the first thing that they'll ask is, how many of you are on TikTok? And I was obviously going to start with that question. But since everyone has said it, I'll just ask you this question. How many of you actually follow news sites on TikTok, if you're on TikTok? How many of you? So even the site staff doesn't follow sites on TikTok. So raise your hands. That's what I want to see. Okay. All right. So next slide. Okay, so my presentation is very short and very simple. First of all, my presentation is also similar to what Marcus was talking about, and we have noted that from my question, none of you actually raised your hands. I think it was just some only who raised her hand, showing that she actually follows a news channel on TikTok. So you can definitely see that TikTok is not really a primary source of news consumption. When it comes to the audience and everyone, we don't really opt for TikTok to to get your news. But however, it has also become an increasing, there's been an increasing number of audience who are actually going on TikTok to actually follow news and get their news stories from. And this also goes into the theme of this conference on media viability, focusing on how we side also use TikTok as our as a way to actually attract the young audience. So site converts news stories. That's what we do basically on TikTok. We convert news stories and we share them on TikTok in the form of video clips. If you have actually gone through our TikTok page, you can notice that there are some videos where the story will be converted from text to actually video format so that you can accommodate the audience that we're trying to attract on TikTok. Next slide. So this is just a video, one of the videos that we have on our TikTok page, where we are trying to attract our audience, especially the young people. You can play it. I don't know if is there any sound? There's no sound. Okay, fine. So this video is called is part of a program called the Gigs Galore. So it's more of a comedy. So the fact that TikTok already attracts people who are interested in jokes, that's what Funai was saying.
Don't Susan, I'm the way you spoke,
So yeah, these are some of the videos that we post on our TikTok page. Besides news stories that I mentioned earlier, we also post comedy and entertainment. But our videos, despite having that comedy outlook, we also have a message that we send through those videos. Next slide, please. Okay, so on our TikTok platform, we attract young people. And it's important to keep the young people informed. And as such, our target group is between the ages of 18 to 35 years. So we make sure that our content is tailored to attract those people in that age group. And what you need to know is that when we provide those video stories, we make sure that they are fully informed on different issues that can involve elections, current affairs, as well as entertainment. And the one particular reason why we are actually targeting young people is that what we've noted is traditional news organizations have not always attracted the younger generation. If you note, like what Clayton had said, who would actually, as a young person, would actually go and buy a Chronicle newspaper? Like an 18-year-old would be really, really interested to go and buy a Chronicle newspaper. It's only the older generation because they grew up buying newspapers and they're now used to it. But then for the younger generation who are always used to their smartphones, getting information using their smartphones, it's very difficult for them to actually use print to get their information and their news from. So we are trying to actually shift away from that and provides the news through TikTok. Next slide. So this is another video that we also posted on our social media platform on TikTok. You can just play it.
Ngiyangizami, ngiyamaza ndamdubula. Ophakamisa izinto la. Ngoba sesiduniwe sesikhatheni. Angikwazi senzeni.
Okay, next. So our videos are tailored. They are tailored in a way that we actually attract the audience that we want. So when you're opening your own TikTok account or for your news organization, you need to know your audience. You need to know the kind of content they are interested in. What we actually do as site is we know the kind of content that our audience from other social media platforms are interested in. So we also make sure that even on our TikTok page, we also make sure that the content that we are posting is also relatable. It's community issues. It's issues that have to do with what people can actually see on the ground. We go to the rural areas, we record issues that are affecting them. And instead of just posting them on Facebook and on Twitter, we also make sure that those messages and those community issues are also posted on TikTok, because there is an audience for that kind of information. Previous slide. Okay, so these are just examples of some of the issues that we also post on TikTok when I'm talking about the relatable issues. The first one is Bulawayo man complains about the high parking fees in the CBD. Definitely, this topic was very topical, and people were really interested about the whole parking fees, and we had to do something about it on site. Instead of just writing a story, there had to be something that was done, and it was in video format. The second one was on the Satanism scare at Country Park. This was an audio. That was an interesting part because it was just an audio, but however, we managed to turn it into an MP4 and post it on our TikTok account, knowing fully well that the audio carried a message that we knew people would be attracted in listening to. And when you look at when you are trying to know your audience and everything, you should also take into cognizance of the cool features that TikTok has. These videos that I've showed you, they really don't have those features. But then as you're experimenting on your own or as a news organization, these are some of the features that you need to actually learn. There's stitching, there's a whole bunch of things that you can actually learn on TikTok that you can use when you're sharing your news stories or when you're sharing the videos that you want to share in terms of your news. Okay, so TikTok complements other social media platforms. It's not just a standalone platform where you can just post things, but then you can also have a situation whereby those videos that you share are also shared on WhatsApp, just like what Clayton had mentioned. So I'm not gonna say much on that because it has already been mentioned. So at the end of the day, your audience stays informed in all of the social media platforms. It's the same information that would have been shared on Facebook. It's the same information that would have been shared on TikTok. And then when it comes to content sharing, when it comes to TikTok, you need to post as much as possible for your videos to be very, to gain a lot of traction. You need, at least you can post 3 times a day so that you can have a lot of people viewing your videos. You should remember that there can be a lot of people that view your videos, but then you can get a few likes. So at least the more videos that you post, then it means that the more likes that you're gonna get at the end of the day. That's what's important. The likes are important, followers are not really important on TikTok. And those videos can also be shared on all the social media platforms that you'll be having as a news organization. So that was my presentation. Thank you.
So I had a chit chat with Lungile before a presentation. She was like, Fungai, I'm going to be so brief, 5 minutes. I will. But nonetheless, well done. And thank you so much, Clayton, for being very spicy with your presentation. And I'm sure that we have a couple of questions for our presenters. We're talking about TikTok and news and its importance generally in the newsroom. I know that we have our audience, our participants rather, who are also on our Zoom session who are participating. So please do feel free to come through with your questions and even just what you've learned essentially from their presentation. So for me, I actually joined TikTok, I think a month and about a half ago. I'm still trying to maneuver my way around it. I find it very confusing. Sometimes I even lose my content. You know, when you record and then next thing, where is it gone and the like. So I feel like I'm still trying to maneuver my way around TikTok, but I'll get there eventually. I see Zoa is laughing at me. What did you learn from this presentation, ma'am? Yes, you. Yes. A question, anything that you've learned so far. Yeah.
Do we as a silent generation really have faith on TikTok or
Is it his mic is working? Here we go.
Right. Zoa, one of the things that perhaps you could have picked from the slide is that every generation, just that the others are lower than Generation Z. So there is more young people, but there is everyone. One of the videos that I came across was Oskito. You know Oskito, he is a musician from South Africa, roots in Zimbabwe. He's not young, going towards the 60s thereabout, but he has become more of a TikTok sensation in South Africa, perhaps because of who he is, but also because he's becoming a weird dad on TikTok, but that content is really attractive. So there is everyone on TikTok, but obviously because of the nature of the videos, there is a certain group that finds TikTok much more relatable. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Anyone else a question for our two presenters in the front? Oh yes, Robin. Thank you. Robin was my senior, by the way, at high school. So it's nice to see us in the same field. Very nice. Please do go ahead with your question, Robin.
Okay. I wanted to find out, I write for a newspaper. So that transition to say I didn't have the videos to accompany my story. I would love to do the TikTok videos, but I don't know how that can happen, how to shift from like print to have all those 1,200 words summarized into video.
Gloomy, do you want to take that one?
Working?
Yes, it is. We can hear you.
All right. So what I've noticed, Robin, is that from other news platforms, one in particular is Times Live in SA. There's this other lady called Catherine White. If you go through Times Live, you can see that the news stories that they be having via text, she becomes the face, because TikTok allows you to become anything. You are the journalist, you are the presenter, you do everything on your own. So you find out that you can actually convert your story, your 1,200 word story, just make a summary of it, talk about it. And if you have pictures, you can put a background and then you can be playing the pictures whilst you're talking about that story. It's very easy if you do it that way.
Clayton,
yeah, the most important thing obviously is to try it out. I think Marcus made the point. Try it out, see if it works, evaluate. If it doesn't, you move on to the next thing. That is how you do, especially with any digital strategy. The idea is to experiment. As long as you experiment, if it doesn't work, just drop it, try something else. it is very possible to produce those stories and offer commentary. One other thing as a journalist, Robin, is that you're much familiar with the stories that you present. So it means that you can give extra commentary through video on the story, give extra detail that may not even be written. That is not in the text. So the idea is to what works, can I be more comprehensive than what I was, but also present it short format. There is the long format on TikTok. TikTok has allowed the long, I think from 2021 or was it 2020? They also incorporated the long format, but keep it short and snappy. That's how Generation Z does things.
Any other questions? Okay, Chris has a question in the front. Greenway, you have a question? All right, Chris and Greenway for questions there. So I think those are our last two questions. So we can move on to the next session.
Yeah, thank you. My first question is to Clayton, and it's on the issue that you raised about the industrial scale of volume of misinformation that you can also find on the TikTok platforms. And you offered, I think you dealt with it in one slide where you saying maybe the opportunities on adapting and then raising or flagging the issues that you think are false. Do you see an opportunity for newsrooms outside those who are already engaged with TikTok to take on TikTok around misinformation beyond those who are already using it? My second question is to Lingley, and it's basically to ask whether you're getting on site people who are using or following you on TikTok, raising issues around misinformation or disinformation.
All right. One of the things that is important, especially on combating disinformation and misinformation, is for TikTok, the company itself, to take a bigger responsibility more than the users. There is so much that we can do as newsrooms and also as fact-check organizations to counter misinformation, as long as the platform allows or doesn't find comprehensive solutions towards dealing with misinformation. It's always going to be a competition of disinformation, combating it, disinformation and debunking it. It never stops. But I think in the past few years, we have seen more players coming in, especially in Zimbabwe, especially on combating disinformation. Perhaps it is time for those organizations to actually pay attention to TikTok, because TikTok is actually the biggest. Twitter has been taken over by, how do you describe Elon Musk? By an unpredictable man, right? And some of the changes that he was trying to implement have actually got us in trouble, especially with misinformation. More like it's spiraled, but because of the way it is set up, the way it was very easy for them to deal with misinformation. But there is also the challenge of regions, right? Misinformation, if I say something that is false in isiNdebele, what's the likelihood of TikTok picking that? Right. So, which means that no matter what TikTok does, it's always going to lag behind in terms of addressing misinformation because of all those complexities. Which means that there is more work that we can do at a local level, perhaps lobbying TikTok, if possible, to actually take initiatives in these regions, much as we are seen as people who are in the periphery. Perhaps it is possible to have them on board in terms of organizing efforts to deal with region-specific misinformation.
Okay. All right. For my question, my response is that there is a video, there's a particular video that once circulated on TikTok. And I think it became really, really viral. It was a video that was cut out of context, but then it was a video from one of the Kukura Wundi documentaries that Site had produced. So someone decided to cut that video and they put it out of context. They just cut a short clip, and then that video started circulating on TikTok. And once it was on TikTok, people downloaded it and shared it all over WhatsApp and everything. I'm sure some of you remember it was something about Mina Ishona Nyalizonda. Yes. So it wasn't Site that had uploaded that video. It was part of the documentary. It wasn't Site that had uploaded that video. It was someone else who decided to share it on TikTok. And when situations like that happen, it's very difficult for Site to then pinpoint or go to that source and then say that you took our video out of context. The only thing that we can do is share the appropriate information, and we share the information on the other social media platforms that would have received that information, that video in particular. So, like what Clayton said, I'm sure there's a lot that we need to do in terms of really combating misinformation on TikTok in particular.
Yeah, most likely the information that would have been shared, the viral information, is interesting. Your correction is boring. That's the challenge with TikTok. It may not trend just as the wrong information trended.
So I just wanted to chime in on Robin's question. I think you mentioned it in your presentation that the problem with media houses today is that what we are doing is same content, different platforms. That is the biggest problem. So when you look at your 1,200 word story, you want same content, different platform. The idea for someone who has decision or who still does both print and digital media is that you've got to look at the content first and decide which platform it is best suited for. That is how you go around it. You've got what is king first is the content before the platform. You understand what I'm saying? So normally when you're doing this, everything else that cannot go on video or on radio is what you reserve for print. So print is the chaff, in as much as we want to believe that print is the best part of it, but print is the chaff. Why am I saying this? Breaking news is your social media, is your Twitter, is your TikTok and stuff like that. The fun and the fast moving. So when you're doing a story, you're looking at what you've done on video and what didn't fit on video or on a TikTok. That's what you then put on print. So I just wanted to try and give that context. You can't say what you have written on the page of the Chronicle. You want to transform that into a video, or you want to put it online. I mean, that's I don't want to borrow your words.
All right. Could you please be as brief as possible, Rainbow?
Thank you, Fungai. I just wanted to add that TikTok is interesting, but I don't think quality news content is best suited. This is because when we go on TikTok, we're really crazy. You were talking about mosquito. The first time I saw it, I laughed. And I think it's the content that we're going to TikTok for. We're not going there to hear about a person who has died somewhere or some corruption story on TikTok. The bad thing about it, we'll have that you have a document and people will cut the 2 minutes. The 2 minutes of that documentary and put it on TikTok, and then it would be misleading. It won't be what you intended to tell the audience. So I don't know how then we can narrow it down to have a shorter video of a 1,200 page story and still maintain the things that you intended to communicate with your 1,200 point story. That's my.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Thanks so much for your contributions. And of course, if you have your questions on Zoom, I'm sure our panelists would be more than open to answering those questions at some later stage. But Clayton and Lungile, thank you so much for coming forward and opening our eyes in terms of how TikTok and news work together. Could you please give them a round of applause as they make their way back to their seats? All right. So remember that if you are watching us online, don't forget to use the hashtags journalism education, hashtag journalism excellence, hashtag media viability, and hashtag future journalism.
Guys, I'm not seeing your tweets. I'm not seeing your tweets online. What's happening?
We're not like you.
Please tweet. We are looking at saying you must tweet 3 times a day, right? On TikTok. So on Twitter as well, it must be consistent. I'm not seeing your tweets. Please tweet again. Right, let's move on to the next segment of the program. Okay.
All right. So our next segment is journalist safety ahead of the 2023 elections and experiences of journalists in covering elections. Yesterday, while following the discussion online, I think it was Dr. Guy Berger, he was talking about how, you know, as journalists, we go to school and we get this 4-year experience, we get our degrees or with our diplomas and the likes, and the next thing you're thinking, okay, I'm going to go in the field and make these stories, which is fair and fine if you're looking at first world countries. But when it comes to the Zimbabwean setup, you're also thinking about your safety as a journalist. You're thinking about your family. You're thinking about, do I really need to write the story? Can someone else write it as well? So I think it's something which is very important, which we are going to be talking about today. So I'm going to invite our panelists for today. The first young lady, I'm sure you guys have seen her stories on social media. She is a reporter at the Newshawk Zimbabwe and a victim of political violence. Her name is Rubimbo Muchenje. She's a young journalist who is currently attached at the Newshawks, doing multimedia and digital storytelling. She has been in the field for the last 4 years doing photography, writing, as well as videos. Please give a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage, Rubimbo.
The next panel coming on stage is the controversial and the famous one, Blessed Mhlanga. He's the senior political reporter at Newsday, head of news and current affairs at HSTV, and passionate about elections, investigative and political reporting. Talk show host of Free Talk, Smiling, a Way of Life. Blessed Mhlanga, please welcome on stage.
All right, and then our third and final panelist is Ngaba Machazi, who is the MISA Regional Campaigns Coordinator. The safety of journalists is one of his core activities. He is the lead for the annual State of Press Freedom in South Africa report, a tool used to monitor media violations in the region. He recently led the review of the Southern Africa review of the UN Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity. He has just returned from Austria, where he represented Africa at the high-level ministerial meeting on the UN Plan of Action. He is a father of 2 beautiful girls, and he supports Arsenal. Ngaba, please do make your way to the stage. A very key point there, top of the league stuff, you know. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we enjoyed their different presentations. And of course, please make sure that you write down your questions, and then they'll be able to answer them at the end of their presentation. So I'm not sure who's going to start amongst you. Rimbo, you want to sit or you want to come here? Up to you. All right.
A pleasant morning to you all. My name is Rovimbo. I always want to be addressed as a survivor of political violence and police brutality and not a victim. I'm here. I survived. Just recently, as we were covering the campaign trail of the by-elections, I was attacked. I was attacked at a rally by CCC security. It's not something you'd expect from the Democrats, the alternative, but it indeed happened. And my thinking was it happened because I am a female journalist, not really because I am a journalist. When we went there, I was with a male colleague from another newsroom. He went past the place where I was attacked. Like, he literally walked through there. And then as I followed the guy, they said, you can't pass through because maybe because I'm young, because I'm female. But that's when the attack came, and they're saying you can't pass through here. There's been an attack, and then we need to be careful. But it's like a few seconds apart. The male colleague just passed through, and then I'm trying to pass through, and then there's a problem. So as we approach 2023 elections, we will have more of these. I don't know how many we had in this campaign trail ahead of the by-elections, but I know of an attack on journalists in Gokwe. I know of an attack of a journalist in Kwazana, the ZANU-PF TCC elections. But what I have noted in my experience as a journalist is that when we have the report that a journalist has been attacked, it ceases to be about the journalist who has been attacked. In my case, there were statements. We had a statement from the Ministry of Information. We had a statement from the Zimbabwe Media Commission. It rarely says anything. Usually when you go to the social media, they say accreditation will start on the 5th of March and stuff. They never really post anything about welfare of media practitioners or attacks on media practitioners. But what I noted from that experience is that none of them spoke to me. So it then became a political issue. It became an issue of a minister condemning violence on a person that they really didn't speak to. They don't even know how I'm feeling, but there was a whole statement. The ministry condemns the attack on the journalist. You don't even know where she is. You haven't spoken to her, but there's a whole statement on that. The Media Commission also did the same. Yeah, we have noted an increase in attacks. They were quiet 2 weeks before when there were attacks on journalists from Technomag in Gokwe. They were attacked allegedly by ZANU-PF youths, and there was nothing, no statement, no nothing. There was nothing there. But what I learned from that is that it ceases to be about a person who's been attacked, a person who probably has been hurt, but it then becomes an issue of politics. Where were you attacked? Who attacked you? It becomes a CCC versus ZANU-PF issue and not really about the journalist. And then the key takeaway from that was that maybe we should, as journalists, try litigation. I saw Blessed saying they were going to sue the police officer who attacked them. Maybe that is the route that we should take as a way of stopping these attacks on journalists. If people know that if you attack a journalist, then the next thing that is going to happen is you're going to foot for the bills, you're going to be held accountable as a person, not really as CCC, not really as ZANU-PF, but as a person who has attacked a journalist, you're going to be found wanting. I think that then becomes very key in dealing with attacks on journalists. Lastly, as a female journalist, you have problems when you're attacked. There are two issues that you're dealing with. People expect you to be a journalist sometimes, and then they expect you to be a young woman sometimes, and then they also expect you to be a woman sometimes. When you get there, they want pictures of what happened, but that's you being a journalist. But they also probably want you to conform that if you are told not to go there, why are you going there? As a woman, you should just comply as a woman. But you learn as you go that sometimes you're expected to be a journalist who's going to bring content as expected, the pictures, the stories, the videos. They expect all of that. And then they also expect you to comply with the norms as a woman. When you're told by a man at the security gate not to go there, just be a woman, go around. No, don't be opposing what you're being told. They expect you to be a woman. But yeah, that was my last point. But we learn as we go. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dara B. I'm not sure about the controversial part. But yeah, I'm here to talk about the security of journalists as we go into 2023. This, like it or not as we may, the security of journalists as we go into 2023 to report in these elections is somewhat very much on the edge, basically because this election or the elections that have been coming over this past few decades are going to be won largely through information dissemination. And given the fact that those elites in power do not have the monopoly to information anymore. Like information is not like a tin of Heinz baked beans that you open when you feel like you want to eat, and information. If you look at social media platforms, you have seen that there is a lot of debunking of propaganda, especially by journalists, and this scares those who want to retain power. And we all know that retention of power is normally done legitimately through an election, whether it's free or fair, or whether it's a farce. So the idea is to plug the loopholes or to plug those who were able to disseminate that information, the factual information. If you look at what caused the president or forced the president to institute a commission, the Motlanthe Commission rather, it was because of the pictures, the reportage that happened around the killing of innocent civilians in August 1. Even then, there was an attempt to even say there was a third hand, that caused the death or the shooting of those people. But live picture images that were real time, that were on Twitter, and that the whole world came to see, came from journalists, brave journalists, and citizen journalists who were on the streets, who were taking pictures and feeding them. So this is one of the most scariest thing for those in power. This is why you found out that they even went to the extent of blocking internet during the January demonstrations against fuel hikes. So the threat of journalists is real. On May 7, I was arrested together with a colleague, Chengete Chidi. This is one of the many arrests that I've suffered. The reason why we were arrested chiefly was the police wanted to arrest Job Scala. And unfortunately, we were at the right place at the right time for Job Scala, but the wrong time for me and Chengete Chidi. So we filmed it. Now the problem was they wanted to arrest him. And if they were going to arrest him, and then there was video footage that he was not doing what they wanted to arrest him for, it was going to be problematic. So we became a problem for them. Our cameras became a problem for them. So they then arrested us for having those cameras. Yeah. And when they were told that it is not an offense for us to have those cameras, they then charged us with what? With disorderly conduct. You see. So it is not really about whether you conform to the laws, whether you, like my friend here and colleague Ruimbo said, whether you conform to being told, because the police officer actually told us to stop filming, right? And for a moment, I stopped filming. Then when I stopped filming, he saw that my camera was no longer rolling. He then came to arrest me. Now, because there was no evidence, because I'd stopped rolling the camera, so there would be no evidence of what I was doing or what I was not doing. So immediately when he was coming to arrest me, I began to roll my camera again. And the moment he saw that, he actually destroyed my phone to try and destroy evidence and arrest me in the absence of what? Of evidence. But I do boast with the co-MC. I do boast of a following of over 77,000 on Twitter. and for me, that social media presence has been a blessing at times and a curse at times. A blessing in that when a lot of people see me, they realize they recognize me. And when I get in trouble, they defend me because they know me and because they've interacted with me. So it is easy, like for Misa Machaz is here, for people to quickly send a message that we have seen a journalist in trouble, other than if they didn't even know me. You know, people would just say, that's one of the troublemakers. So it is also a case in that there is a serious fight also on social media, because the safety of journalists is not only about physical attack. They also now want to discredit you. They want to attack you mentally and make sure that you also don't have confidence in yourself. So they make you begin to doubt the work that you do, to the point that you begin to self-censor and you do not deliver what you are supposed to deliver to the people of Zimbabwe and those who read. Now, the media is a cornerstone of democracy. It is the pillar. In fact, we say journalism is a noble profession, right? It is a classy way of saying that we are poor. We don't get paid properly in our jobs, but we still do it. You know, I do it because I have the passion. I believe in the cause of what I'm doing. So recently I was in the United States of America. And when I went to the United States of America, even family members were telling me, seek asylum, don't come back. You can't come back to this bad economy, you know. And I said to them, I've got to cover the elections. I've got to be here to tell the story. And I came back because I believe in what I'm doing. So you've got to be committed, to be driven, for you to continue to do what you're doing, because it is not safe out there and you'll be attacked, whether physically or emotionally or online and offline. And thank God, I want to just say this in closing. It is very important that we support organizations like the Media Institute of Southern Africa. They have been there every single time. They are not like what Ruvimbo was saying, that they just issue statements. MISA has been there every single time journalists have been arrested. MISA have delivered a lawyer who will stand with you until, when I was arrested May 7, the lawyer went home at 12 midnight when the gates were locked. He was there watching every step. That's Jeremiah Bam. You also have Chris Mike. The other time when I was arrested in Waterfalls, I was arrested around 12 midnight. He came through MISA. So it is very important to support these organizations. And the most amazing thing about them is that they do not select whether you are state media, you are private media, you are online, or you are a citizen journalist. As long as they can demonstrate that you were protecting your rights or the rights of people to access information, to gather information, and to disseminate information. They will protect you. So it is very important. It is important on us as journalists, as a community, to support and defend these organizations. Because if we don't, and if we are left by ourselves, it is going to be a very, very tough, tough hill to climb, especially as we go into these elections, which as we have seen, they are already bloodshed. Thank you very much.
Salvanan. The Mr. Trustee here, Chris, myself from Minister. If I was an advocate for my job, that was a good one. When I was coming up here, I met later on, it's like, you're being introduced like Mama. Because the introduction went on forever. All right, I have a small presentation, which I'm going to into, and it's going to fit into some of the things that you spoke about a lot. Number one that interests me, which I'm going to touch on later, is TikTok, which we've been talking about a lot. I'm someone who's withdrawing from social media, except when I post my Friday pictures. Otherwise, social media is tiring in these days. So I'm not on TikTok. My wife is on TikTok. I had to put parental controls on my daughter's iPad and phone. She's 5. Every day she's coming to me. May I have Snapchat? May I have TikTok? I'm setting up a YouTube channel. I don't know what's going on in that channel, but I hope I'm being Father of the Year. I've had to delete and put parental controls and put limits for her. And so she know she doesn't have access to those things. But she already knows that stuff. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stop her from doing that. Okay, just very quickly, I hope. I love the sound of my voice. Am I trying that? Hopefully I'm going to be very quick. Gender safety, I had of 2020 elections. I think the early warning signs are there. We had from just a few minutes ago. Blessed, they've all been arrested. I've been arrested in 6 years, which is a good thing. I used to be arrested for anything. You look at the by-elections, a number of people were arrested, a number of journalists were not tagged. What we do at NISA is we document the violation of journalists. Please join me, like I said. I told my job is easy. If I'm not responsible for recruiting members, please join. When you're in trouble, you're going to send a lawyer. If you get hit, or you need medical attention, we provide a doctor, we provide psychosocial support. And generally among those things, well, I'm not doing an ad for NISA, but generally what we do, because safety is going to be very important. One thing that really strikes me is when we're doing such programs, ours is the most boring topic, because it sounds very abstract. Generally, want to write stories and go home. That someone is busy working on their safety and the laws that govern them. It's not fun. All right. Next point, general attention continue to rise. I want to talk about the new types of attacks, particularly that happen online. You've spoken about TikTok a lot. I'm worried about TikTok. Even Twitter and Facebook and everyone else. I'm worried about the TikTok most. Because one of the issues that we fought a lot on in terms of advocacy, particularly last year, in terms of World Press Freedom Day, was transparency of online algorithms, or online platforms algorithms. They're not telling us what data they are collecting. They're not telling us where they're taking this data to. And it opens us to a lot of attacks. I want to give you an example right now. Let's say who was famous in America a few years ago. He fought a lot of people on social media. I was just watching. It was not fun to watch. Sometimes it was funny, but it's just really not fun to watch. But if you look at one thing that's very different, when they were attacking Blessed, no one spoke about Blessed's looks. I'm not going to mention Blessed's looks. No one, maybe they did mention his family, but it wasn't a big deal. No one spoke about who Blessed slept with. I know some have done in the past, but it wasn't really a big thing. That who is Blessed sleeping with, where. But look at when it's a female journalist, the difference that happens. All of a sudden, they want to know you're a prostitute from where? If you look at Sophie Mukwena from BBC, for example, when she was covering a lot of Zimbabwe, a high-ranking government official, a spokesperson to the president, started speaking about her being on the period or something like that. They call you a prostitute. They want to know who you're sleeping with. They want to know your family. And they use the attacks are so gendered and they're so different. This is why I'm worried about social media. And probably having two girls is beginning to open my eyes. It's easy when I'm a man and say, gender attacks. I really don't get them. But when you start having, when you have kids, I'm not saying you don't have kids, you're insensitive. But when you have girls, you begin to understand the types of attacks that they go through. This is why mentioning that I have kids was very important. Two girls, not boys, two girls. Yeah, if we can go to the next slide, please. Next one. All right, mitigation. I'm not clear from where I am. But one of the things that we do is engagement with officials, I think, government, judiciary, and security services. We, as NISA, we're working with, we're trying to work with judiciary. It's a very difficult group of people to work with. Just last week, we invited them to Victoria Falls for a meeting that we had. They didn't come. They told us that there were no flights. Well, they didn't ask me to vote for them because I was responsible for booking. So I don't know who told them that there were no flights. But because the judiciary don't understand what we go through as journalists, you are arrested, maybe like Blessed's case, and the prosecutor is sitting on your case. It's used as punishment because they don't know what's happening there. So we're trying to capacitate them so that we understand each other and understand how attacks on journalists are different from other. Not that attacks are more important. There are some attacks that are less important than others, but how attacks on journalists tend to affect other rights, like the right to access to information that has been spoken about earlier. I remember when I was much younger than most of you here at the time when I was starting off my journalism, a couple of times. And I used to run away and come to Bulawayo because I grew up here. And when I go back to Harare, I remember speaking to a friend, a lady, and telling her, I'm done with this profession. She was also saying, after being attacked like this, I don't think this is the right profession for me. So what this happens when you are arrested, even for flimsy charges, because most of the time, all these charges are dropped. Most of the time, I don't think there's a journalist who's been convicted for a crime that they have committed in courts when they were doing their jobs. But so what happens is, it's just meant to frustrate you and drive you out of the profession. And when it drives you out of the profession, it limits citizens' ability to access to information. And access to information is an enabling right for you to enjoy other rights. You can't enjoy your right to health if you don't know what health is due to you. You can't enjoy your right to education if you don't know what education is due to you. So when they are frustrating us as journalists or frustrating you as journalists, I ran away from the profession. Finally, it got to me, and I said, I'm done with this profession. Well, not done completely, but yeah, a bit done. They spoke about strategic litigation. I think they covered most of my presentation. The strategic litigation before, during, and after the polls. One of the things that we do, and we do very well, is strategic litigation. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to go into details, but I'll tell you some cases that we have done in the past, in terms of strategic litigation. A couple of years ago, not too long ago, we were all hit with COVID and we were all told to stay at home. We went to court and asked that journalists be put on essential services. Yeah, my job might sound boring, but yeah, this is the kind of stuff that we do to promote the work that you do. So journalists were able to continue going to work. Most of them used their press cards to go to Shabins, and they get arrested because I don't know the laws that were there about drinking. They get arrested and they pick up a card and say, no, I was investigating how people are still drinking. And then we get calls at me and say, hey, I was arrested. So yeah, it was a very interesting period, but at least we got you off the hook in terms of that. If you look at even during COVID, a lot of journalists got assaulted by the police. We went to court and asked that judges condemn police and the security services for what they were doing, and they did that. A few years ago, we had a law called criminal defamation. I got arrested a lot because of it. And Mesa went to court, and now criminal defamation is no longer part of our statutes. Although they have tried to sneak it in, criminal defamation and criminalizing the publication of falsehoods have been snuck in through the new Cyber and Data Protection Act. And already a number of journalists have been arrested under the Cyber and Data Protection Act for publishing falsehoods. And this is what we are looking at into going through. I don't know how we're going to approach it, but that's the next level that we want to look at. All right, I've spoken about capacity building. Another thing is we are working with UNESCO, trying to develop a module on safety and security of journalists for colleges. Maybe Clayton and yes, you lecturers who might come knocking at your doors, the two of you there, to see how we can incorporate it, because a lot of it is about. Actually, there are 3 lecturers sitting there. So yeah, we're going to come knocking on your doors. A lot of it, like Zanzile was saying, we're just being taught about how things work, but we don't know why they should work that way. And a lot of the times we get people being abused. So to go fast, I'm speaking too much. I told you I like the sound of my voice. Next slide, please. Next one. All right, safety mechanism. Well, I can see the first one, even if I wrote it. All right, there are already laws that protect us. I'm hoping to be wrapping up now. There are laws that protect us. But what we, going forward, the kind of work that we want to do, taking an example from Pakistan, is that the UN 10 years ago developed what they call the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists. As you heard just last week, I was in Austria, where we were discussing the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists. It's a nice document, but very few people are implementing it. What we have done is, for example, in Pakistan, but what Pakistan has done is they have taken the UN Plan of Action and made it part of their law. Last year they passed it and it's now part of their law. So coming back here to Southern Africa, this is what we want to start advocating for. Please, I'm not telling you my organization's strategies. Don't tweet what I said. Right. So part of the thing is maybe how do we domesticate it and make it relevant to our settings. So that's one of the things that we're looking at. Just 5 days ago, again, I was in Victoria Falls discussing the UN Plan of Action and how we can implement it. So the past 3 weeks have been very busy discussing the UN Plan of Action. I now know it as if I'm the one who wrote it when we were just updating it. There's an African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I don't know, so that I don't seem like I'm talking alone. When Lungelo was here, she was asking people to raise their hands. Who's ever heard of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights? Only 2 hands that have been raised, and they were raised very well. No, I'm joking. All right, there's an African Commission on Human and People's Rights. They're based in Banjul. They make very nice laws, but usually our countries tend to ignore them. I just want to talk about Resolution 522, which speaks about the protection of women against digital violence. This is particularly important to most of the audience here. If one thing CITE has done is I see there's a lot of women, which is very nice. Usually it's easy to get men only and forget women, but this is really nice. It's a nice spread and very young people, which is shocking to me. But what the UN, what the ACHPR Resolution 52, which was passed, I think 2-3 months ago, speaks particularly on is about the protection for women journalists. I spoke about this earlier and referenced it to TikTok and algorithms and Twitter and Facebook and wherever else. And they compel the governments to repeal laws that are vague when it comes to protection of female journalists on online platforms. I know this is lots of talk and words, but these are very important statutes that female journalists might want to understand, and it will take our work much further, and we'll be all happy if our governments can follow these resolutions. So every year, I think 2 or 3 times a year, civil society and governments go to Banjul to meet with the ACHPR and discuss how far they've gone in implementing some of these resolutions. Next slide. I hope this is my last one. I'm getting tired. Okay, focus on from now on. It's not my last one. Focus from now on. We have what we call the 4 Ps: prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnerships. Well, I think they're all self-explanatory. I'm not going to go deep into them. But partnerships, I just wanted to underline partnerships. A lot of the time we work in silos. I hardly know what academia is doing in terms of safety of journalists. Probably what I do on safety of journalists, you'll read it in a newspaper, but there's no interaction. There's no coming together. I'm grateful for the support of DW for this workshop, this summit, because I know they're working with MISA Malawi, who we work with very closely. They're working with Namibia Media Trust. I had to track the director of Namibia Media Trust to our meeting last week. I call her at the last minute and say, Zoe, what are you doing? I have this thing for you to do. And she says, you always abuse me. And I think she's the programs manager there, or programs officer. Jessica, I think she's online. We work a lot together, but there's more that needs to be done. We need to build coalitions on things that are mutual to us. A lot of the time we're working in silos. what site is doing. I only see it online, except that Zenzele is my friend, so I can call him and say, Zenzele, ukamba njani. And Leslie, we went to university together, so I can abuse them. Just to advertise my organization for the last time, just last month, at the end of October, we were in South Africa where we set up something that is called Spaces of Solidarity, where we're trying to work with like-minded organizations in terms of media laws, safety of journalists, among other things. And just to see that I'm very clean and pure when it comes to building partnerships, SITE was one of the organizations that was invited. It was represented by Mr. Nkomo. And when I was still in South Africa, we didn't finish our meeting because we had another one with TW. I said that Mr. Nkomo has been arrested for stealing a car. Next slide. Okay. Right. I think I've spoken about these things. Our focus also, based on the UN Plan of Action, is to come up with a standard setting and policy making. Standard setting is, for example, for us at MISA, a lot of the work that we do is documenting violations against journalists. Because when we document them, we can go to the government and say, look at what you have done. For example, during COVID, if I'm not mistaken, from the top of my head, 54 journalists were their rights violated during 2020. 2021, the number went down to about 22. This year, at last check, I don't want to speak as if it's authoritative, but at last check, we're close to 30, which means we're worse than last year. And going to the elections, that's a early warning sign. If we're worse than last year and really nothing happened this year except a few by-elections. So it's something that is very important. Monitoring and reporting, I've spoken very quickly about that. Coalition building, I've spoken about it. Raising awareness, I've spoken about it. Research, this is where you guys come in. I'm not very good at research. No, I'm a bit good, not that good. But this is where you come in, you live and breathe research. I'm really not a researcher. I just, do my own stuff. Right, I think now I'm close to the end. Yes. So this is the State of Press Freedom in Southern Africa report. I live for this report. If you look at the first picture, it's from 2020. And the lady on the front page is her. I don't know why she's always in trouble. She was actually being detained by the police and getting into a police truck. So when we presented this report, our government was very angry. They shouted at us. They shouted at us a lot. Particularly me last week, like I said, we were in Victoria Falls. When we were planning, they said, we can work with you, MISA, as long as Ngaba doesn't speak. So the whole time I was quiet, before the meeting, that is. When we started the meeting, everyone came to me and said, who is the facilitator? And I kept saying, I'll let you know, I'll let you know. When the meeting started, I stood up, I was the facilitator. I think the government hated it. I'm not saying I always fight the government, but I think they just hated it. The next one is from this year. The picture was not from Zimbabwe, so the government was not too angry. The picture is from Botswana. Just to give you, because this is the kind of work like really I live for. There are some countries that are really backsliding on press freedom indices. One of them obviously is Zimbabwe. But the scary one is Botswana. Last year, Botswana was ranked number 38 on the Reporters Without Borders index. This year they are ranked number 95. I don't think there's anyone who has ever fallen that far. Secondly, we went to Botswana this year. I won't get into details, but when we were leaving, my bosses were surrounded by bodyguards because there were people singing, and so that's how far back countries like Botswana have fallen off the cliff. I think I've spoken too much. Nobody told me how long I should speak for. So, just one last thing. Please use the hashtag Asaki for site. And my daughter, she's called Asaki. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks so much, Ngaba, for that presentation. Let's clap hands for the three panelists in front of us. All right, I hope you guys are following, because I know it's too hot now. It's too hot. I'm sure no one was sleeping, right? Were you following? Right, I want a volunteer to hear what they heard from these three panelists. I'm not going to mention anyone. I want a volunteer now. Detector. So I want a volunteer. Anyone who, your key takeaway from this from their presentations. Any key takeaways? David.
Okay, thank you so much. See a journalist who can't switch on a mic. Something else. So my key takeaway, I think at times I liked what Ngaba mentioned because we don't worry much about our security. Even as newsrooms or even as fellow journalists, we don't together when Rumimbo is attacked, when Blessed is attacked. You see? So we need to come up with a strategy that can help us to be a community that can make noise when one is attacked. But also, if we can have the course, what we call it, the module, that can be implemented in some of these tertiary institutions to be of help, such that we then get to know, because the risks that are there with this kind of work, we didn't hear about them when we're enrolling. Yet we know on some of us, maybe we could be chief executive officers of some banking institutions, maybe. So those are some of the things that possibly we need to have journalism education about, and also cascade it down to the newsrooms. We see that a lot happening online, journalists here and there. It's like those who have been arrested were caused it themselves. And you get to a platform where you can hear journalists maybe laughing at Rumimbo and say, what was she doing? Yeah, she should just behave, you know. And we are in that space as well. So today can be Rumimbo, tomorrow it's Nkosi. How best can we gather together and assist? But well, to also acknowledge MISA, the work they've done. Yeah, when we get a bit of harassment, we call them, they know it. And it has been of benefit to us because we feel like there's a shield. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, David, for that key takeaway. Also, Tanaka, your hand is up.
Mine is a question to Rumimbo and Blessed. As media practitioners who have been victims of violence, how is it possible for you guys, like how difficult or how easy is it for you guys to maintain impartiality when you are reporting? Because sometimes, you know, when you are affected to that magnitude, it kind of has a bearing on the way that you look at these institutions. Like, I mean, and we know how he feels about them and all that. But as someone who writes news every day and who reports every day, how then do you manage to say, I still have to be a journalist at the end of the day and maintain my ethics? And then maybe to Siyabonga umsebenzi weMISA, and after people have been affected like that, are there any ways that you guys maybe offer counseling for journalists? Like maybe you can partner with other organizations that can offer counseling so that at least even if you're now going back, but you know that trauma still lives, and how best are you, maybe are there any plans on counseling, or if it's there, do journalists know about it? How accessible is it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanaka, for that question. Funga, you have another online question, right?
Yes, I do. I'm actually trying to look for it, and it's directed at Rumimbo. It says, this is from Elizabeth. She says, Rumimbo, what kind of immediate help do journalists or survivors of police brutality need before solidarity statements are issued?
Right. Do you have any more questions? Is Peggy there? Right. Before you go to Peggy, Blessed, my question to you will be on the issue. Now you're observing the midterm elections in the US. What did you observe there in terms of journalism ethics, in terms of how they do their journalism vis-a-vis what's happening in Zimbabwe? Peggy, you can take the mic.
Okay, thank you. My first question was, I realized that there's a lot of confrontation that is made.
Please try to switch on the microphone. This one. Technology. Maybe try to raise your voice, maybe.
they realize that the conversation that gave from government official, armor issue, how does that affect you in the way he is a journalist in terms of going forward into the elections and so forth? How does that happen to you when you realize that you are being sort of attacked by government officials, about certain issues that are important for democracy? Then, you spoke about things that going forward. In terms of engagement, if you try to engage in the government about the state of certain journalism in the country, then what is the best for what are the prospects of engaging government? Try and have the consensus about certain journalists.
Right, thank you so much, Peggy, for that question. Any more questions? Right, let's take Robin, last one, then they respond. People are now hungry. I see someone is showing me. Robin, you can go ahead with the question. Try to raise your voice. Microphone and
unfortunately, I am not a member of this. So if I'm written up after this meeting, I'm not able to. How do we go about it if they're not a member of this?
Right, over to you to respond. I'll start with Roberto.
Thank you.
You can come.
Thank you. How do you maintain impartiality after the attacks? I don't know. It just happened. Is it in 2019, that picture, I was arrested. I was detained for a while. And then later, that was 2020. In 2019, I was beaten by police. And then in 2022, I was attacked by CC security. So by now, I could be saying, I don't want to write about police. I don't want to write about CCC. I'll just be here, not writing anything, just be in the newsroom. I think one thing that Blessed was saying was the noble profession. We got here because we wanted to be here. We're not getting paid that much, but we just wanted to be here. So we continue writing, even though we're facing these things every other time. Of course, sometimes you're fueled with hate. Like, these guys, even if they complain about low salaries, when you beat people, you beat them passionately as if you're getting paid hundreds of dollars. So, but then we continue writing. It's not really, yeah, it's not really an issue of that's what we feel overtaking what we should be doing as journalists. And then the other question from online, what are the things that we need immediately after attack? I think psychosocial support. It's not easy. We went there, wherever you went there hoping to be doing your job, hoping to just get there, get the story out, and then go back to the office. So when you get there and then you're attacked, many times I was like, no, this is not for me. I don't want to be arrested. I don't want to be attacked. I just want to wake up every day, go to the office, come back and not be attacked. But I think what is very key is psychosocial support. I have been to counseling for the 3 times that I've been attacked, but yeah, I think it really does help. And then also litigation. It's very important. We need that immediately. We need that. Thank you.
So I might be the only one who lives without using the podium. So I've decided to use it, right? So yeah, you spoke about what we can do so that we come together as journalists and have protection and protect ourselves. What I want to say is that we need to educate the public that the work that we do is not for us. That's what is very important, because more often than not, when a journalist is attacked, it happens in a public space, and people in the public put their hands in the pocket because they don't understand that I do not write about my problems. I write about theirs. I write so that something can happen in their lives. Policy can change, right?
I fairly afford to take my kids to a good school. I fairly afford to go up and down every single day. So for instance, I have a car. But when I was writing about transport problems, I was not writing for myself. So if they watch me being silenced, it means that their problems do not have space in the public arena and government will do nothing about it. So they must take cognizant and care about journalists if and when we are attacked. This is the first and foremost important thing. The second thing is that universities are letting us down, right? We attach people, we get students on attachment, and all they know is how to write assignments, theses, and stuff like that, right? They don't know how to navigate in the spaces of journalism. Maybe that's why they send them to attachment. But I'd prefer that you send someone to attachment when they know a little bit about something, then we hone their skills. So if you ask someone who would they rather take for attachment, someone coming from Harare Polytechnical College and someone coming from the UZ or the MSU, the answer is pretty simple. I would rather take someone coming from Harare Poly because they are taught journalism, they know something about journalism. So you find that you've got to start teaching someone security issues on the first day in the newsroom, because if you let them go out there, they'll come out raw, you know. So you need to that is something. I think Machaz was talking that they're going to knock into. There used to be an association called JAMTAS. I don't know what happened to it, but I think it's really needed. Confrontation with government. Social media platforms have presented us with a rare opportunity where we can interact with government officials probably on a daily basis and also challenge the statements that they put out. You know, back then, the minister would just stand on national TV and stuff like that and start saying things, and there was no immediate feedback, right? And we had to wait for press conferences to go and ask them questions. I find it very, very, useful when the likes of George Charamba come to my tweets and attack my tweets. I find it very useful because to me, it's another press conference, at least at this point, played in the public domain. So I remain professional in my interaction with him, but still asking questions that allow the people who are also following me on social media to read and understand what their government officials are doing and saying. And it's very important for me. And I actually don't take it personal, because every time we meet with George Charamba, we shake hands and stuff like that and we laugh, except when he feels that I've ratioed him, then he chases me away from State House. But anyway, he has got power. I have people. What help do journalists need immediately after an attack? I mean, this is very, very important. You see, most of the times, what people are doing is that they will attack your equipment, because they know how expensive equipment is, right? So for you to see me with the phone, I probably have saved 6-7 months, and I'm using it to live stream, and they break it. That means for the next 6-7 months, I don't have a phone. I don't have equipment to use, because in Zimbabwe, we all know. So again, it's not like I'm advertising MISA, but Kudara, we used to have this advert, Kuti Samsung, they recently replaced a camera for a journalist colleague whose camera had been confiscated and broken and stuff like that. They replaced it. And when you have confidence, that you are not alone, it helps. A statement that we are sorry Blessed was attacked when my phone is broken and now I can't even receive calls. I mean, it doesn't really help me, because tomorrow when I have bought another phone, I am going to be extra careful with my gadgets. So you're not going to get the pictures, you're not going to get the video, and all you're going to probably get are words. And this government challenges everything. The last time they were challenging a video that was on Sky, was it on Sky? And then they were saying, no, this picture was taken, this was Cherry Chalam, this picture was taken a long time ago and stuff like that. And then people came in and said, no, this number plate that is here is just very recent. This Liverpool jersey was released about 2 weeks ago. It couldn't have been, you know. And I like that. I like that about Twitter. And it's amazing. You get people who are not journalists, but who are forensic scientists on Twitter, you know, who know all these things. And as a journalist, sometimes you don't know these things. You actually get them from the people and you start running with them. And because you've got a larger following, it appears like you're the one who started it. You know, how do you remain impartial? Look, the society has been created in such a way that you cannot afford not to be impartial. The first thing is that being impartial is your first line of defense. That's your first line of defense. If you are going to be a political activist and you are going to say, I'm not covering these guys, I'm just covering these guys, you know what happens? You have given those guys who are attacking you the power to attack you. So you have given them that power. Do not give them that power. Remain above them. But most importantly, you are attacked by the police. Who do you report to? The police. Right? So you are attacked by the police today. You've got to go to a police station to report to the police about the police. Tomorrow morning, your editor needs a story about an accident. Who do you call? The police. If tomorrow you're attacked by someone else who's not the police, who do you go to? The police. When you're driving back home from work, who's going to stop your car? The police. So you can't afford to have an acrimonious relationship with the people with power. You can only do your work, but continue to remain civil and professional, because that's the only way you are going to survive. It is like you trying to fight your professor. You will fail. It's as simple as that. You know, so the definition of power is, if you are my class and I'm your lecturer, right? What I can do is I can chase you out of my class and I can fail you. That is power. And I can change the course of your life, right? What can you do to me? Nothing. You have no power. So the police can arrest me. They can keep me in detention. Job Scala, how many days? 150 days, still counting. The course of his life, of his children, of his family has been altered. So you cannot afford to fight those in power. So it's very, very important. And lastly, what happens if you are not a member of MISA? MISA has never segregated people because they are not their members. But this is why my plea was to say, let us support these organizations so that they remain what? They remain alive. And if they are not alive, we'll have a problem. And also, just an important point. People were saying that people go on social media to run away from the news, right? You heard that. So it's like, news is like this. If you are going to take broccoli and put it there, and candy and put it there and give it to your child, what will they choose? But what is healthy for them? So what we are supposed to do as we go on these social media sites, this is why you find, if you follow my tweets and stuff like that, they are also quoted, as Zenzele said, they are quoted with entertainment, infotainment, right? We have got to put candy on top of broccoli so that when they are eating the candy, the broccoli also goes in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Blessed. Naba, over to you to respond.
Yeah, I'm going to start with Robin and Tanaka's questions because they're very similar. Robin, the simple answer is join MISA. We really don't discriminate. What we do, as much as we're a media organization, we also look into access to information. So access to information is not just for journalists. We've worked with a lot of community-based organizations in terms of access to information. So we work with a lot of people across the board. It's not just about journalists. If you get assaulted, if you get in trouble, I'm not talking about if you get in trouble with your boss for not going to work. We can't assist on legal issues. That's where we come in. Tanaka, what we have is what we call a Media Defense Fund. It covers psychosocial support. It covers legal help. It also covers medical support. We honestly can't go the whole distance, to be honest. We also ask for money from other people, but we try to be the first responder. We'll provide you with a lawyer, sometimes for a very long time, but there are other things that we really can't do, but we try to be there. Just recently, like Blessed said, we replaced a colleague's camera. I think we took 2 years or so to replace it, but there was COVID and there were all other issues going on. So we did replace his camera. I think he's happy wherever he is. A few weeks ago, we replaced a colleague's teeth. Don't tell him I say that. That's the kind of medical help. Please delete that. Yeah, but that's the. We've also offered psychosocial support. I'm not going to go into details because psychosocial is a bit personal. But that's what we do. We try and assist in any way we can. So if you ever get in trouble or you know a journalist or someone whose rights have been violated, please don't hesitate to get in touch. We'll see how we can help. I've got colleagues who deal with that. Unfortunately, it's not me, so I can't go into detail. I have colleagues who deal with that. Then to the last question, right, we engage government a lot. Just to give you a picture of just how the work that we do, maybe just to give a bit of background, there's a bit of mistrust. That's why I say we work in silos. Journalists on one hand think, hey, these guys are just there for workshops and having fun. I remember a few weeks ago, some colleagues took pictures with the Minister of Information in Mutare or Nyanga, one of those two places. And there was a social media storm. Hey, there's a workshop mongers, we'll expose them. And on the other hand, these guys, luckily, I was not there, neither was the organization I work for, so nobody attacked us. But the idea is we engage the government a lot. But when we engage the government, to some people, it looks like we are captured when we are just trying to make life slightly better. Just to give you an example, right now we're working on the Broadcasting Services Act, the amendment. We sat down with government for a few days trying to come up with a law. A few months back, we were here in Bulawayo with the government working on, after the by-elections, we sat down with the government and ZEC and ZMC to try and see where the loopholes are. We clash a lot, but we also engage quite a lot. Just last week, we had Monica Mtswangwa for the whole day speaking about the safety of journalists. I'm not going to go into detail about my opinions and some of the stuff that she said, but we work a lot with the government. Whether there's commitment on both sides is another issue, but what we do is we really try to engage so that we make the environment slightly better for journalists. So it's work in progress. Like I said, for example, the COVID regulations. Nick Mangwana was not very happy that we went to court. Says, we're busy engaging MISA. Then the next thing we hear that they've gone to court because we thought they were taking their sweet time. But we try and improve the working environment for journalists. Thank you.
Thank you so much now for that response. There you have it, colleagues. MISA will replace your cell phone, MISA will replace your camera, and they'll even replace your teeth. So go out there and cover every story without any fear or favor, right there. Thank you so much, guys, for your time, and let's clap hands for them. Right, I hope you guys are enjoying these sessions. Right now, we're going to break for lunch, and please listen carefully. Listen carefully. Noise. Listen carefully. We're now going for lunch. As you serve lunch, right? So as you serve lunch, there is broccoli and asparagus and different things, right? Go for what you know, guys, right? And leave the rest for Zenzel and me, right? Thank you so much. We can break for lunch, right?
Yeah, we can break for lunch, but then I thought it was very important to read this comment. This was from Anderson Fumulani, was commenting on Zoom, and he was just talking about, I just want to share my experience when I was in mainstream reporting in the 90s. One professor of journalism cautioned me to be as careful as possible not to become a story by losing my life. The professor said that you only have one life and you have to decide whether it is safe to chase the story or pull out unless you're insured, like those covering wars. Food for thought. All right, so we are breaking for lunch, and thanks so much to our online audience which has been participating with us. So please, we'll be playing you guys some music as we go about our day. And then just to acknowledge as well, I'm sure you guys have been looking at this amazing, I don't know, is that a pictograph or what? Lady Brighton can correct me on that. Give me the English word.
Give me the English, that went to New York.
Uh-huh.
Right, that's an
Anyway, since we didn't go to New York as others. All right, so this is a graphic design by Lulu Kitolo. So Lulu is creating a visual documentation of our conference and documenting and elevating speakers' quotes, conference findings. So please make sure you check her out on social media. That is Kitololo Studio. So this is behind the amazing work. So if you take a picture there behind our banner over there, make sure that you just tag as well on social media. Nonetheless, we are breaking for lunch. Enjoy lunch, guys, and we'll be back in exactly 2 o'clock. All right. My belt.
So the lunch session of that.
There's
problems. And it's not only just an online problem, isn't it? It's something to do with our society and how we look at women, isn't it? We rarely see them as people who have earned our vote, isn't it? We always talk about how women only go into politics because of the women's quotas, isn't it? In parliament, where we're saying a certain number of women should be in these positions. And I think it has put unnecessary pressure where women feel I have to prove myself, I have to get a PhD, at least people can see me as an intellectual, as learned, isn't it? I've always looked at why Grace decided to do a PhD. I felt she wanted to earn the title because as a woman, people will confine you to the kitchen, right? People will see you as behind the president. But when you have political ambitions, then we expect you to what? To earn it. Show us intellectually you can do it. So also, what can be done to fight it? I think Ngava talked about regulations, so I won't talk about that. Also, awareness raising on cyber education initiatives to ensure that people can spot false and gender disinformation. And also to say we need to look at solutions to counter gender disinformation through a gendered lens, isn't it? Especially at the policy-making level and within social media platforms, where we're saying, what are social media platforms doing to counter maybe, let's say, trolling of women in politics or revenge porn, as well as manipulation of pictures and all of that. I think I've gone past my 10 minutes, so I'll welcome any question.
Right. Thank you so much, Sonalis, to expand for that presentation. She was speaking around issues of gender disinformation, fake news, and women in politics. Our opposers joining us online are following as well. And to pose your questions, we're going to take your questions at the end of all the presentations, right? So now I'm going to also, guys, do pack your questions as well. I'm going to take your hands at the last as we close this session. So now I'm going to introduce Peggy Zulu Chuma, lecturer at NAS, to look at the role of media in combating political disinformation. Peggy Zulu? No, I want to start with the role and effects. Yeah. See you, Peggy.
I wanted Dr. Ndlovu to go first, but for some reasons, I was overpowered by the moderator. Anyway, before I proceed with my presentation, I want to respond to Zenzele. Zenzele, when you're making welcome remarks, you said, why are we not having the schools in Zimbabwe? We are establishing one in Isiza very soon. And we have a director in the house. I'm not going to name him, but he's already here. Anyway, my presentation is looking at combating political disinformation, and we are looking at this in the context of the upcoming elections. So my starting point is to understand the factors that have led to this animal called disinformation. So loosely, disinformation is understood as false information that is disseminated with the intention to harm, right? So in the political context, we are looking at the political messages that have been deliberately created to cause harm within the political circles. Now, what are the factors? As a way of context, we have got firstly polarization. I'm sure most of the speakers who spoke in the morning, they alluded to the fact that we are a politicized nation. And there's a lot of polarization in the country where you have got the ruling government and the opposition. And that has been with us since independence, where those in power, they want to retain power, and where those outside power, they want to gain power. And that has created a lot of polarization. And in the process, it has created a sort of animosity among Zimbabweans. So you've got us and them this side. So the polarization has created a situation where those on the other side on the other hand, they creating narratives against those on the other side of the on the other hand. Then you have got elections. You have got elections that are upcoming as another factor that is creating a lot of political disinformation in the country. You know that since independence, our elections have been so hotly contested. The ruling party, ZANU-PF, is always wanted to retain power at all costs. Your opposition, they've always wanted to gain power at all costs. So during elections, everything just the gears goes up. You know, we want to win elections, we want to maintain our dominance, and it gives a lot of environment to create or for them to perpetuate political disinformation. Then the next slide. So together with those two factors, we now have digital platforms, especially social media. We've been talking about TikTok, and I think Clayton mentioned that TikTok is a major culprit of misinformation, which misinformation is related to disinformation. Now, with these digital platforms, in their nature, they are uncontrolled or they've got limited control. The way messages are shared, the way people use them, it's easy for anyone to just craft a message and send them to the public. And at the end of the day, we ended up believing that those messages. And there is a lot of competition with other people calling it the news race. With these digital platforms, your social media, or Twitter, or Facebook, there is a news race where everyone wants to send information out there to their audiences. Earlier, people were talking about the number of their followers. I've got 77,000 followers. I've got so much, you know. So when you're on Twitter, you want to create messages and send. It's because of the nature of these digital platforms. So these three that I'm suggesting, we are saying, they have increased the opportunities for people to spread propaganda. There is the competition among users to send information every second, and it's worse off in the political circles where you are competing for supporters, where you are competing for dominance. You are looking at the ruling party which wants to retain power. They are now going on these social media platforms to spread certain narratives about certain things that are obtaining in the country against their opponents. You have got the oppositions that are now spreading certain narratives about the ruling party, about certain things that are happening in the country, so trying to discredit them. Next slide. Right, so the following are the examples of what has been obtaining in the country as a way of disinformation. I know that all of you here are familiar with the discourse of sanctions in the country. There is a lot of political disinformation around this topic. You know, I know that quite a number of figures who left the opposition, the MTC in particular, they have joined the ruling party ZANU-PF. What they've been doing of late, they've been sharing information, some exclusive information, as it were, that we a part of the group that went to America to call for the imposition of sanctions. Some of them, they've even gone to the extent of releasing some exclusive list of people, you know, to say so and so was part of the list. And unfortunately, because of thanks to the people who are so quick to verify these things, we have seen other people coming out and say, no, we have seen the list that have been produced. For myself, I've never been to America, at least for my entire life. But this is what has been this is what has been circulating on social media, and these are some of the issues that have been happening. As recent as last week or this week, we had the Commonwealth team coming to Zimbabwe to maybe to assess Zimbabwe's readiness for the readmission into the Commonwealth. So if you go on Twitter, your top government officials, we are not going to name them, lest we are going to be arrested like other people that have been arrested. So they've started tweeting that the CCC and Chamisa have been thrown under the bus. That the CCC and Chamisa, they don't want Zimbabwe to be readmitted into the Commonwealth. But thanks to our re-engagement efforts and our spirit of mutuality with the other countries, we are now getting a positive note from the Commonwealth. We are getting readmission. So this is what is happening. And if you check, you will realize that the CCC have not said anything except that they have pointed to the issues that have maybe led to Zimbabwe to continue being sidelined from the Commonwealth. Yet the top government officials will be giving us certain narratives. So these are the issues that have been happening. Again, yesterday, we saw a statement from Sakunda Holdings. I'm sure you all know Sakunda. Maybe if we can just drop the name Kota Takwire. If we say Kota Takwire, saying they are withdrawing from the deal that they had with the Harare City Council concerning the refurbishment of Rufaro Stadium. What does the top government official say? They are saying Mayor Jacob Mafume is now refusing to get Rufaro resuscitated. You know, so all these cases are pointing to issues of disinformation, political disinformation. This is the government official who is aligned to a certain political ruling party, and they are now saying, look at your mayor. We have got a stadium that is supposed to be resuscitated, but your mayor, who is coming from the CCC, because he's just opposing for the sake of opposing, he has now refused to cooperate with Sakunda. But they're not giving context, right? They are just telling you that the mayor has refused and the deal has crumbled. Next slide. Then again, I'm just going to stop at 4 and 5. You have got your Scala issue, the one who has been in prison for over 150 days now. So what are the narratives? The narrative that Chamisa is happy. Chamisa is happy to have Scala in prison because if he comes out, he's going to threaten his position, right? These are the issues that are taking place. Then Scala has been denied bail for quite a number of times. And what does the government say? It says it's because of backlog. We have got a number of cases that are pending in courts. So, you know, our judiciary system is transparent. We have got justice. So it's because of the backlog that has been taking place. So this is the context. These are the issues that have been happening. I know you've got so many examples of political disinformation that has been taking place in the country because of the factors that we have highlighted. Then now moving into the gist of the presentation, what are the roles of the media within this context? The first point is to look at the term, what other scholars are now calling gate watching. Previously, we know journalism or journalists as gatekeepers. That role has changed. We are now moving on into gate watching. So you are sitting at the gate, watching what is coming in and sifting through whether that information is true and correcting it there and there. So this is what the media has to do going forward. We are going into an election season. We are going to see a lot of political disinformation. We are going to see a lot of political fake news that is coming through the gates of all the digital media platforms, official media platforms. So journalists are supposed to be sitting at the gates, watching what sort of information is coming. Then you need to verify. You correct the conceptions and misconceptions. It's no longer about the business of going to talk to a minister and say it. Minister Msonga said, this government is going to do APC. It's moving away from he said, she said. It's about analyzing, putting things into context, understanding whether this person, what are the intentions, where is the evidence? So journalism is about producing evidence. So as we are sitting at the gate, as media organizations, as journalists, the onus is on you to seek for evidence from whatever these sources are saying. Don't just listen to them and say, he said, she said. It's not enough in this era of political disinformation. Then there is also need to establish fact-checking desks in your newsrooms. I know certain organizations have already started having some fact-checkers who are always on the lookout. Their job is just to look at information that is coming. What is trending on social media? What is trending on Facebook, on Twitter? And what are these other media organizations are reporting? What are the political sources posting? I know there is Senzeni here at site. She's the one whom I know is the focal person who is doing fact-checking. So it's not enough to have only a few media organizations. At least all the media organizations, your Zen Papers, your ZPC, there is need to establish fact-checking desk because it's about verifying. It's about sitting at the gate. We are talking of gate watching, and how do you do the gate watching without having someone dedicated to fact-check the news stories that are coming in? There is also a need for media education, media literacy education. We are dealing with people who are not conversant with information. You know, I'm in a WhatsApp group, an INCISA WhatsApp group. What I see there is shocking at times. You know, people, they tend to forward lots and lots of stuff without even verifying. So you need to educate people as media organizations. I think we need to move a step further. It's not enough to just gather information and give to our audiences, but there is a need to educate our audiences that now we are living in an era where you can be given fake information. This is what you need to do, just the basics of what they need to do before they forward something, especially on WhatsApp. You realize that most of people receive their information on WhatsApp, so it becomes easier for them to send. At this time, I was chatting with my old man at home, telling him that I know this is not true. I can't remember what the issue was about, but he was adamant. He was adamant. Unfortunately, the guy is a former teacher. He was adamant. And they were saying, this is true. We saw it. There is also a video. There's actually a video. So for them, if they see a video, then it's true. Not knowing that fake news, political disinformation can be changed out through videos. This is what media organizations need to do to educate people on media literacy. I know some organizations have already started doing that, but again, it's not enough. I think we've got support organizations like your MISA, your many other organizations. They need to come together and say how best can we capacitate media organizations on issues of media and information literacy. I think this one is the core foundation of journalism, that you need to focus on high quality ethical journalism. Remember, you want to be a trusted source. When people see something that is suspicious, they need to have a reference point and say, if there is this particular information that I think I'm suspicious about, I need to go and check with ZPC. I need to check with Chronic. I need to check with Site. So it's about going back to the journalism ethics of ensuring that you produce quality information, so that whenever there is an issue with disinformation, we know where to go to correct such conceptions or misconceptions. Then there is also need to reach unreached audiences. You know that most of our communities in Zimbabwe, they don't have access to most of the media sources that we have. They are not on Twitter, they're not on Facebook, mainly most of them are on WhatsApp. So we need to find ways of reaching those people, because relying on a single media source, you fall victim to political disinformation. So it's not about us as media trainers, it's not about us as media, as journalists, but it's about our audiences. I remember Blessed said, when he's reporting, he's not reporting for himself, he's reporting for the members of the public. Then you need to have an agile response as media organization. Now fake news, political disinformation is spreading very fast. You need to be there to correct that disinformation as it comes. Because if you wait and say we are going to fact check this thing tomorrow, then by the time you do the fact checking, it would have spread like a wildfire and it would be hard for you to correct. Remember, lies spread faster than the truth. Then lastly, we have to go back to the core journalism principles of independence, fairness, and transparency. It's about us to create the trust so that when you are transparent, you are fair, people know that once there is an issue, once there is a story that has got some controversy, this is where we have to go, because we have got a media organization that knows how to do their work. I think I can stop here for now, then we'll entertain questions. Thank you.
Firstly, thanks for that presentation. Well, thank you so much for that presentation. Touch on a number of issues that are going to face as we go towards elections, issue of fact checking as well, and issue of sporting fake news. Thank you so much for that presentation. Now let's move over to the third presentation, the effects of political disinformation during elections, delivered by Dr. Mphathi Sendlovu, the senior lecturer at NUST. So over to you.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you so much for this opportunity for me to contribute to this discussion. The topic that I was given is effects of political communication. The topic that I was given is effects of political disinformation during elections. So I think this is a very relevant topic as we are heading towards the 2023 elections. So I'm going to be looking at what are the possible effects of political disinformation during elections. So the argument really is that there is a relationship between political disinformation and elections. So what is that relationship? How does political disinformation affect electoral democracy? How does it affect the integrity of elections? So I'm just going to grapple with these issues. I will try my best to summarize since I was given 10 minutes. So we are living in what some people refer to as post-truth times. This is an era where objective facts have become less influential in shaping public opinion as compared to appeals to emotions and personal belief. So Nkosi Ndlela, one of the scholars from Zimbabwe, rightly points out that digital technologies are fundamentally altering the media landscape for electoral campaigning in Africa. These platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, and WhatsApp are increasingly becoming integral in contemporary political communication landscape as they are being deployed by politicians to create, disseminate, and also the consumption of political content. So more importantly, our society is experiencing what some people regard as a crisis of public communication, or what others term information disorders, which include fake news, misinformation, disinformation. So all these three terms there are part of what we call information disorders. So a number of scholars have argued that these information disorders can be detrimental to the social fabric, as they can have potential disastrous consequences for both democracy and social well-being. So in my presentation, I'm going to look at I'm going to define what we mean by disinformation, and then I'm going to look at how disinformation campaigns are affecting electoral processes. Or in other words, I'm going to look at the effects of political disinformation on elections. So my argument really is that the disinformation campaigns may potentially undermine electoral processes. But at the same time, there are debates on whether disinformation campaigns can sway public opinion or derail elections. Like if you are exposed to disinformation campaigns, does it have any influence on whom you are going to vote for? If you consume fake news, does it change your perception of a political candidate? Does it influence your choice of a political candidate? So the key questions that we need to ask ourselves is, Can widespread disinformation campaigns influence an outcome of an election and harm the democratic process? Can people make decisions such as voting based on false information? Can disinformation campaigns alter perceptions of a particular issue? Do disinformation campaigns have the power to change the prevailing political circumstances during an election? These are the key questions that we need to be asking ourselves. So, but generally, when we're talking about the media and democracy, the argument that the media, in order for us to have a free and fair elections, the electorate should have access to accurate, reliable, and credible information. And that information is from the media. But now we have got digital technologies, digital platforms that are providing this information that is supposed to be useful for citizens to make informed decisions as they are heading towards elections. So I'm not going to talk much about how digital transformations and its implications. I think this has been, we have talked about how digital tools are transforming democratic processes. But what we need to understand is that ordinary citizens are now co-producers and distributors of news content. And as a result, platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, and Twitter have become sources of viral content. And there are arguments that these social media platforms, they are undermining democracy. But at the same time, we need to have a balance in terms of upholding free speech and also combating threats of information disorders. So I'm not going to talk about fake news. I think we know what fake news is. The term has become very much contested and it's now problematic. People now prefer to use misinformation and disinformation because the concept of fake news can be used by politicians as a weapon to delegitimize opponents. They can be used by opponents to clamp down upon free speech. And when we are talking about misinformation, we are talking about unknowingly circulating or sharing false information. You are sharing information that is false, but you didn't know that that information is false, and there was no intention to cause harm. But now with disinformation, in a way, it's the opposite of misinformation because it's the deliberate creation and sharing of false information. So there's an intent. You share, you create and you share false information, and the purpose is to cause harm. So that is the fundamental aspect of disinformation. So this disinformation can pose a threat to our democracy in various ways, in the sense that it can undermine institutions, independent institutions such as electoral bodies. But the reason why people tend to believe in disinformation campaigns is because sometimes people do not have trust in legacy news outlets or in independent electoral bodies. So like even, let's say if people do not trust ZEC and there is false information that is circulating about ZEC. So it's easier for people to believe that information because already there is mistrust towards ZEC or towards the polarized media environment in Zimbabwe, whether we're talking about the state-owned or the private press. So that mistrust has implications on issues to do with disinformation. So how do we classify disinformation? So there is manipulated content where genuine content is manipulated in order to deceive. For instance, there's an image, maybe an image is manipulated to ascribe an improper relationship. Let's say there's an image of two people and there's a narrative that is constructed. Let's say for two people who are sitting next to each other, and then that image is manipulated to construct a particular narrative about the relationship between those two people. So that can be common even during elections. The other one is the false context, where genuine information is recirculated outside its original context. So let's say there was violence in 2013 or in 2018. The images of that election violence, they are recirculated to project an image that there is electoral violence in 2023. The other issue is imposter content, where journalists' bylines are used alongside articles that they did not write. I think this is common. There is a story that is written about violence somewhere in the rural area, and then they use your name as an established journalist, or they use the institutional logo to legitimate that particular story. So just to get on to the issues which are on the effects of disinformation on during elections. I'm just going to list some examples of what other people have said about the effects of disinformation during elections. So one of the arguments is that, for instance, if we look at Kenya, a country such as Kenya, where there were elections in 2017, there was a lot of disinformation campaigns, and scholars are arguing that those disinformation campaigns had implications in terms of vote switching or in terms of how the performance of certain candidates. So what we are realizing is that these digital tools are being used for political campaigning, and as a result, there are issues to do with vote switching I'm just going to list the effects so that I summarize. I don't want to take much of your time. So effect number one, the effect of disinformation on during elections, right? Effect number one, there is the erosion of trust in mainstream journalism. So the moment there is a lot of misinformation on social media, people tend to focus more on social media rather than trusting the legacy news outlets. Effect number two, disinformation can threaten the integrity of elections. How does it threaten the integrity of elections? In Kenya, there were false stories about candidates defecting, right? There is a story about a candidate in political party A having defected to political party B. Just imagine if that happens on the eve of elections, when there are stories that a certain candidate has defected. That can confuse voters, and when some voters may not even, some citizens may decide not even to vote because of such confusion. The other issue is there were false poll reports where the BBC and CNN were used. The institutional logos of BBC and CNN were used to announce results, but those results were false. And just think of the implications of that. During the 2016 US presidential election, there were claims that fake news or disinformation may have influenced the outcome of the election. The other effect is there is the public trust in institutions of democratic governance is eroded. I gave an example of ZEC, right? That the more there are fake stories about ZEC, you may not even trust the credibility of ZEC in terms of conducting free and fair elections because of these fake stories that may be circulating about ZEC. But sometimes it's also about the reputation of that particular institution. If the institution does not have a credible reputation, it's easier for people to believe those fake stories. The other effect is that citizens may not be able to access credible and reliable information in order to make informed decisions. So in Kenya, what happened, there are claims that there is a company called Cambridge Analytica, which was contracted by the ruling party to engineer a digital campaign to favor the ruling party at that particular time. But the other important effects that I think this is more relevant now, it's more current, is the role of algorithms, the role of bots, and what some people call computational propaganda. What do we mean by bots? What we're saying is that these bots can pose as people on social media to sway public opinion. When we're talking about bots, we're talking about the automated accounts that are there on social media, whether we're talking about Twitter. What are the implications of those bots in terms of social media propaganda or in terms of being used as a tool against democracy? There is an article that was written by Martin Kosinjela, which looks at how algorithm bots are influencing elections in Africa. His argument is that when we're looking at algorithms, the algorithm, they make assumptions or predictions about your preference when you are on Twitter. They assume that this is these are your preferences of content, and they recommend that content. And as a result, that has got implications on the content that you are exposed to on Twitter. You may not be exposed to the content that you want, but you are exposed to the particular content that is related to a certain political party, and that can influence elections. And then the other issue is let me just skip the issue of bots and talk about deepfakes. Deepfakes. I think you will know about deepfakes, where it's about artificial intelligence that is used to fabricate images and videos by replacing the face or the voice of a particular person. So just imagine it's during elections, and then the voice or the face of a candidate A is being replaced by another voice of someone, and that person starts saying something that is nasty. Or the picture, the face of that person is replaced, is put on the picture of someone who was doing something that is terrible, or someone who was abusing someone. You will start assuming that it's candidate A who was abusing someone, and that can have implications on elections. So the issue of deepfakes is very huge, because in South Korea, we have got what we call the first official deepfake candidate. The president actually won. He was using deepfakes. He was using different particular images and voices. He manipulated the system to project a certain image in order to woo the young voters. And as a result, he won the elections. And some people are arguing that it was because of deepfakes. But at the same time, I'm wrapping up now, there are doubts that disinformation can influence the outcome of an election. The argument is that citizens tend to selectively engage with information that reinforce their own beliefs. So if you are exposed to fake news online, and that fake news it does not reinforce your own beliefs, that will not have implications on your choices of candidates. So a mere exposure to disinforming news does not necessarily translate into believing it. And then in what we are saying is that voters are rational and rational beings. They make calculated decisions. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much to talk. My apologies for cutting your presentation short. I know you have a lot to say around the given thematic topics, right? My apologies, please forgive me. Right, we move on to the next thing on the program. We're going to interact afterwards. Christian Anka, editor-in-chief of Zimfact. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to speak about the use of fact check and digital security to counter disinformation and information disorders. You have your 10 minutes.
Thanks very much. Thank you, colleagues. First, I would like to pay special tribute to Zenzele. I don't see him around, for inviting us as Zimfact to this conference. The invitation is just highlights the sort of cooperation that we are having around tackling misinformation and disinformation in our country, and our contributions with colleagues around the Southern African region. So that's my first, and to thank all colleagues coming from the different organizations for taking part in this conversation. It's a discussion that we should not end here, but continue having, because the problem that we are facing is global and is going to be with us for a very long time. That's first. I asked Leslie, I'm not sure there is around. Okay. I've just five slides to share with you. They're all visual. Leslie, if you replace slide 13 with 20, so that we don't have anything written. So the first slide that will come through, and you'll see it shortly, addresses the question about our individual roles. First, I would like to thank my colleagues, because then I don't have to return to a lot of the stuff that I would have referred to if I had spoken earlier than them. I think we all know what the kind of problem that we are facing, the sort of solutions that we should all be putting on side. So my first slide is basically about it's a slide about me. And therefore it's a slide about you. We have individual roles and collective roles to play around fighting and fact-checking information in our country, in our region, and around the globe. That information which affects us. So the first slide is about our role. So I would like you to remember these 5 points. The first point is about you, right? And you represented by me there. And it's about you both as an individual, but also as a part of institutions. What are we doing around fact-checking? There's a role for all of us. And that role sometimes is not captured well enough because of the emergence of fact-checking organizations globally. Those are all simply helping us to focus the world on the need for all of us to be involved in fact-checking. So the second, that's our second slide, and therefore my second point. The ideal world, and this is why sometimes we all rock up in churches and different faiths, is that we really look forward to a world in which we will live peacefully, happily ever after, loving all those who may have rejected our love on earth, and we find them yonder, and we're able to then link up. But you can just imagine what's going to happen in heaven when you find 10 of those colleagues you rejected and you are in the same space, right? That's the ideal world. The ideal world in that space would be one where the Lord will partition us to be able to relate to each one of the 10 in closed spaces. But you get that to fact checking, and what you have is, ideally, this should be our ideal information and news source. Clean, without any pollution, but we know this is ideal. That's not where we are. So the second point that I would like us all to take note of is, after we found that we have a responsibility ourselves as individuals and as organizations around fact-checking, without surrendering or subcontracting that responsibility to those who may have established fact-checking desks, fact-checking organization. They're only doing a small part. The larger part of cleaning the information disorder that we find has to be collective. And it has to do particularly for all of us who are working in the media, whether we're working in academia as with my friends, or we are students, or we are already, there is work for all of us in that role. And that work, it gives us to the second picture, that we do a mapping exercise. And that mapping exercise ends us with in a place where we simply see ourselves as looking at a position of idealism, right? That the ideal world should have clean information where it's no one interferes with. But the reality is on our third slide. That, unfortunately, colleagues, is the reality of our world in information. That's the information disorder that we're talking about. We all polluting and pissing and weaving in the information order. That's the reality. And because you and I have been doing a proper analysis and mapping, we then discover there are more people, a class of people, very special class of people, which pollutes our information systems more than others. And they tend to be, in reality, at this time, particularly during elections, our politicians and public officials. We have to name them, isn't it? We can have them by name, by surname, by totem, by their children's names, isn't it? We know those people that in the process of marketing themselves, they tend to exaggerate, to misinform, to disinform. They'll kiss us. This time, if you want to be kissed by a politician, this is the best time. They'll kiss our babies, even when they are snotty and all the rest. For a vote, they will do it. But we also know that they do that more initially by polluting our information environment. So our biggest source of information in seasonal terms, particularly in the season that we are in, tend to be the most untrusted sources of information. But who sometimes, when the journalist becomes naive, tends to believe them. Journalists are not believers, they are doubters, right? And we must doubt all people until we have proven that they're saying the truth. And by doubting them, you are not saying anything about them. You are saying something about yourself, that you have committed yourself to verifying them until you know that the information that they have in the public domain is true. So in terms of when we look at that that video, that's where we are. Let's go to the fourth one. The fourth one. We're making progress, right? I only have my end, right, to work with. There is the fourth one. There is where you and I are today in fact checking. Whether we're doing that in terms of the work we're doing in flagging false information, in media literacy, at schools where we are introducing, and I persuade my colleagues who are in academia, let's drop this academic debate as to whether fact-checking is or is not an issue. It is an issue. It is how we package it and try highlight it in those to make a contribution. I think we can only make a bigger contribution by recognizing what it does and tackling it. And so there we are, our academia, our media, our citizens. When we have graduated from that polluted thing, and we all polluting it, right, with our lies, with our misinformation and all the rest. We all guilt in that pool. This is where we are. And what that picture shows you is the limited role that all of us are having. And therefore, by its very call, that is a call for all of us to come, because it's we've gone to that pool and we're trying to clean that water. But by the time there are others who are simply drinking from that polluted thing, you know it, right? Down the stream, they'll go in with their cups and drink it without, and that is they're drinking polluted stuff before you and I from the media have had an intervention. And therefore, what we want to try to do is invite, that picture represents us, guys, all of us, those who are coming from the media education, media workers, media students, media literacy activists. That's where we are. But the too few of us there. To have an effect, we need to invite more people in that space where we are trying to clean up the information environment. That is fact checking, and the fact checking that we need to do is should be collective, where we're involving as many people, first in identifying or flagging what are the issues where they have doubts about. Is this true or is it false? So all of us must be running institutions and platforms where we are inviting people to flag information where they have doubts before we intervene. I think that's where we are. And we'll go to the last, our last one is 20. Leslie, our last one is 20. Yeah. It's just what you see there are mountains, right? Stony, rocky. And here's the message. We have to build our fact checking, whether we're doing so by flagging that most of the fact checks that we are seeing come in visual forms and therefore sometimes require digital education, very basic digital education in order to tackle it. We have to build our programs, our responses on strong, sound institutions and collaborations. And that is, in fact, we're happy that we, in the season of elections, we've been working with colleagues across the country. In this part of the country, we've worked with, in the last elections, we're working with Zenzele and SITE to try flag information, misinformation and disinformation. I invite all of you colleagues to join those who are making an effort to fight misinformation and disinformation, and to make a vow that you fact check everyone except God. You fact check everyone except God. You fact check everyone except God. And so our leaders, including those we admire, they are not gods, they are human beings. They will misrepresent some issues in order to sell themselves. And fact checkers have a responsibility to flag those issues in order to help clean the environment. Thank you. Thanks.
That was exactly 10 minutes. Congratulations, Chris. You get a prize. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you've all been waiting for to ask your burning questions to our panelists. I'm sure that was a very informative and, really informative segment that we've just had from our 4 panelists. So if you have any questions before I name names, because I know that, everyone is itching to say, Zoa, did you say something? Sorry. Oh, no, that's fine. Brighton will be going around with the mic. If you want to share a contribution, doesn't have to be a question per se, but you can also just share your contribution in terms of what you learned from our panelists here. And for me personally, I feel like we need more of these events where we come together and we share some of this information. I feel like as though the time that we had from 9 to 6 was very short, but definitely something that should be done maybe even twice, 3, 4 times a year. I see 2 hands there in the back. There's the lady right there, and then Zoa can follow after that with your contributions and your questions.
Where's the lady?
Okay, thank you so much. So for me, it's writing on the presentation by SPA, when she presented at first about females in media, especially politicians. It reminds me of an engagement we're having with parliamentarians, and we're saying, you guys, you are the females in parliament, and we never get to see you guys talking about issues to do with maternal health and stuff like that. And also the males really can't talk about those issues because they don't understand, what's happening, what it means to be in labor and not get the services. And the response that you got was, us as females, as female parliamentarians, it's so hard to engage with media because every time a journalist wants to write a story about a female parliamentarian, it's about not the work that she does, it's about her personal life. And also, even if they have to write a story about you, they have to look for the funniest picture, maybe a picture of you eating or a picture of you just walking around or, what she was talking about. And she was actually saying, it's so hard for us to even engage because we don't know what the journalist is looking for when they come to me. So actually, if they come, they say, I want to talk about this issue in parliament, we say, no, we can't do this. So it shows how much, as journalists sometimes, because it's so tempting to write a catchy story that people are going to be interested in reading. But it also has to go back to the ethics to say, when you take down your notebook or your pen, you say, I'm writing this story and it includes a female, just think about the impact that is going to have on them in the future. And if really it serves the purpose of their job, what they are doing, because at the end of the day, we are going to have these important female leaders who are supposed to be talking about issues, not talking about issues because they are scared of what journalists are doing to them. Thank you so much.
some valid points. They're talking about clickbait, and I think we've all been victims somehow or somehow, where you see a headline and then when you click on the story, you're like, how? But was that even the story? So I saw a hand, and then you can then share a contribution.
It wasn't necessarily a question, but it was used. You've spoken about how women are treated, and it's not just in media, even like in corporate world and stuff. If somebody rises as a woman, is there a point we can come together as women in different sectors and say, so what? So what? I slept with 25,000 people or whatever it is. Is there anything that you're aware of? Because it is what it is. We have to get to the point where somebody has to stand up. And will we support each other as women? Robin, if I did the whole so what? I slept with 20 men in this room. Let's get over it. But at some point, is there anything that you know that's being done as women to push back and say, I said Lingini, I did that, so what? That's what I wanted to find out.
Okay. Yeah,
anyway, currently, I am not aware of any initiatives where if a female politician is attacked, we've seen anyone rising up to join, or maybe let's say, except where I saw, I think with Geraldine, I saw hashtag I stand with Geraldine. That is the only time when people can make a stand and saying, we're not going to allow you to use someone's private moment to impact on the work that she does. What does nude pictures have to do with the work that she does? And this is a private moment. Why is it coming onto an online platform? So I think the only instances where I've seen is online, people standing up to say, I stand up with so-and-so. Most of the times the onus is on the victim, isn't it? To actually, I think I refer to it as clapping back, because it's rare for people to then stand with you unless you have a huge following, which is where the problem is. Most people will defend women who have a large following. So I think it's up to us then to say, as women, are we following our politicians? Whether it's someone, maybe let me start by saying, we follow people that we have something in common, isn't it? Where I support this political party, so therefore I will protect and defend women from this particular political party. But then you forget that it might be you, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a political party. Sometimes you might find yourself in a position of influence, isn't it? In a public institution, and people will be coming at you as well. So wouldn't you want us to also say, this is a fellow woman, let me stand with her? But then it's also not about just women, it's about men. Are you saying it's okay to degrade a woman because of her private moment? No one degrades men for the numerous women they might have slept with. So why do we hold women to that standard? So I think it mirrors on society. Society expects more from women than they do of men. That's why I think I mentioned that they expect women to be innocent, isn't it? But at the same time, want you to be childlike, submissive. Yet when you also are submissive, you are seen as weak. You can't be a political leader when you are weak. So it takes all of us to say, let's have the same standards. If a man can sleep with all these women and it doesn't affect their political career, then it also shouldn't affect the woman.
All right, thank you for that contribution. There's someone else in the front that didn't. Oh, get them from everybody.
Thank you. My contribution is along those lines of women tapping back. I think there are things that we also need to do as women. I'm not saying men are right or that trolling is right when they bring your nudes as a way of contributing to a debate. Could see Rimba can't say anything because she slept with 10 men. Or Rimba. I think there are things that we should also do as security for women, digital security. Nudes said between two people, you're doing it now because you're You are in the same space, you're on the same page, but we are human beings. Conflict is part of human interaction. Things are bound to go bad in between us guys. Maybe if ever there's need to share notes, maybe there should be safer ways that we share them. Because definitely when things go sour between me and my boyfriend, those things are bound to leak. And it's never the guy that is affected. It's always us. The guy will go on and have glory, bask in the glory of having had sex with you. But for you, it doesn't have the same impact. So maybe as we go about our business, our personal and private relationships, we should be more careful about the things that we do. Our society is still wired in that way. A man cheating, a man having sex will have him taking the glory, but a woman having sex with different men, then it's always a problem.
Mike, Mr. Ali, okay, thank you so much. There's someone who sent a comment as well on Zoom. This is Stephen. He says, well, thanks, Doc, for the insights. I think I can add on the part of AI, artificial intelligence, and how it can benefit democratic institutions by engaging voters and helping them be better informed through filters and suggestions to like XYZ online newsfeed. So if properly monitored, it has great potential for enhancing independent journalism, campaigning, and supporting electoral processes in general. Much as these algorithms are beneficial to modern journalism, they can easily spread disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation, inflicting reputational damage to journalism because they lack that human morality for differentiating what is right and wrong. Someone else say?
Salvanan. My question is, shouldn't we be lobbying for laws that protect women? Because as it is, we have young women that are shying away from politics. We have young journalists who are saying, I'm not going to write about anything that has to do about election because I'm not safe. I had Blessed saying, I have 7,000 plus followers. It's negative and positive. He was saying, if anything happens to me, I will post on Twitter and people will protect me from getting that information on Twitter. But there is me. I only have 5 followers. If someone does anything to me while I'm on the ground doing voter education or doing anything to do with elections, I'll post on Twitter and no one will comment on that. We keep talking about this, but nothing is being done. I don't even know if there are any laws that protect us as young women. But we have female journalists who are saying, I'd rather be writing about gender-based violence in marginalized areas where I know I'm safe. But we also want to be candidates. We also want to be seen. Is there anything done to protect us? Let's stop talking about this and do something about it. Thank you.
All right, does anyone else have a contribution or a question? I think we're done for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Manoche, you want to continue some more? She's clearly been having so much fun. Thank you so much for that as well. It means that we really have been getting the message across. I'd like to invite my co-host here as we say our goodbyes to today's, which was the second day of the Future of Journalism in Southern Africa Education Conference. And of course, we were broadcasting live from Bulawayo. I'd like to thank our online participants for being with us since the early morning and in sharing their ideas and their questions as well. And we'd like to thank as well all of our panelists who were with us today as well for setting time aside to come through and to share their gems of knowledge with us.
Guys, it's been lovely hosting this with you. My key takeaway from this conference was the issues journalism. We are now quick to break the news than to fact check the news. That's us journalists. So now I learned to what you need to fact check first before we break the story. What are your key takeaways for this session?
My key takeaway is to work hard on my TikTok account. I also want to have 1.5 million viewers on my account, so I'll be working on it essentially. But also, it was really an eye-opener. I feel like as though, we're so closed off. Sometimes we think that, TikTok is not the way forward in terms of, information dissemination, particularly on social media. So TikTok for me is the biggest thing for me. Like I said, my account is like a month old, but now I will personally be working on it day and night and posting, let's say 3 posts a day. Yeah. I think I can do that, definitely.
So from myself, Brighton Nobel, with 20.8K followers on Twitter, it's bye for now. Thank you so much for this conference.
All right, guys, goodbye.
Recording stopped.
I was getting very excited about my TikTok account. I forgot to remind you guys that we're having refreshments afterwards. So please make sure you refresh and you network and to continue to use the hashtag journalism education. Goodbye. Everyone. Oh yes, and to everyone who has attended, please do see the lovely Sane. Sane, please raise your hands. Could you please pass by and see Sane on your way out? She has a gift for you. Everyone.
Yes. So where's the gift?